Good morning, everyone. My name is Tania Negron, and I've been assigned as hearing officer to preside over the technical hearings being held in relation to the Aguirre site economic analysis, docket number CEPR AP 2017-0001. We begin the technical hearings on June 26, 2007 at 9:21 a.m. The Puerto Rico Energy Transformation and Relief Act, or Act 57, developed a regulatory setting that promotes the efficient operation and administration of the electric system at reasonable cost, the development of PREPA's infrastructure through short-term and long-term planning, and the introduction of more efficient technologies and resources. All of this with the purpose of achieving an efficient, clean, cost-effective, and reliable electric power system. Following Act 57 directives on July 7, 2015, PREPA filed before the Commission its first IRP proposal. On September 26, 2016, the Commission issued its final resolution and order, through which it disapproved PREPA's proposed IRP, approved a modified IRP, and required PREPA to adopt said modified IRP, among other directives. PREPA's IRP, as expressed in the final resolution, focused on reconfiguring PREPA's existing generating fleet to meet environmental requirements, especially the EPA's MATS rule, increase reliability, upgrade aging infrastructure, reduce reliance upon oil, and satisfy Puerto Rico's renewable portfolio standard. In preparing its IRP, PREPA was required to develop a group of scenarios that encompass the reasonable range of possible outcomes for or certain forecasts, for which PREPA included several cases examining its pre-existing plans for the development of resources at the Aguirre site, which includes the development of the Aguirre offshore gas port, PREPA's preferred alternative for introducing natural gas to Aguirre. After a careful examination of the AOGP project, the Commission determined that the absence of reliable information and the risk of increased costs to ratepayers resulted in numerous uncertainties related to AOGP's long-term feasibility, and determined not to permanently disapprove the construction of AOGP, but establish a $50 million spending cap on any AOGP-related expenditure to allow PREPA to continue permitting, engineering, and planning activities related to the project, but limited the ability to commence construction of AOGP until a final Commission decision was made. The purpose of this proceeding is to issue the Commission's final determination with regards to AOGP, and therefore we have requested PREPA to file a sound economic analysis of the project, as well as a comparison of AOGP to alternative options, in order to show the Commission that by developing AOGP to its full capacity, it can provide net benefits to PREPA's ratepayers, reduce emission, and help meet MATS requirements. Pursuant to the Commission's June 23 resolution, the technical hearings organized into 3 panels, each panel addressing a specific topic or issue. Through all panels, the Commission will question PREPA and intervener witnesses. Once the Commission has concluded its line of questioning, PREPA will have an opportunity to question intervener witnesses. Finally, interveners will have an opportunity to question PREPA's witnesses. The Commission may provide PREPA or interveners an opportunity to ask redirect questions to their witness. However, such opportunity will be subject to time availability and is not guaranteed. When asking questions, a party's questioner may not repeat questions which have already been asked. Parties should listen carefully to the Commission's questions to ensure that their questions are not repetitive or questions already asked by the Commission. When asking a question, the questioner must indicate to whom the question is made. In reference to the document, please identify the page and/or line of the document prior to asking the question, in order to provide the witness sufficient time to find the reference. If possible, before beginning a line of questioning, the questioner should identify all documents to which he shall make reference. Witness must refrain from repeating answers previously given, and the responses must be succinct but sufficient to adequately answer each question. Only the witness to whom a question is asked may answer the question unless the party asking the question allows another witness to answer. For purposes of the technical hearing, witnesses are to be deemed to have been asked all questions stated in the pre-filed testimony and to have provided the answers stated therein. All pre-filed testimony and supporting documents, as well as the petition and information provided pursuant to any request for discovery, are deemed to have been admitted to the record, unless stated otherwise by the Commission through a resolution or order. Witnesses are not required to be introduced by their attorneys. Each panel will be sworn in, and each member of a panel will be asked to identify themselves. The Commission will ask those PREPA witnesses who file rebuttal testimony. That doesn't apply here. All parties are hereby warned they are responsible for bringing all relevant documents. The Commission will not provide copies of documents which have been filed before the Commission. and the Commission will reference such documents when asking questions, and all parties are responsible for having such document at hand. Are there any questions with regards to the procedure? Nope. Per Ecoelectrica's request with the availability of their witness, we're going to start the hearing today with the examination of Mr. Carlos Reyes, Ecoelectrica's witness. So the Commission will be asking questions first and afterward preface, and then we'll move on with the scheduled calendar for the hearing. Mr. Reyes, vamos a swear you in. ¿Jura decir la verdad y que todo lo que está diciendo es cierto y de su propio personal conocimiento? Si puede hacerlo en el micrófono.
Sí, lo juro.
¿Puede identificarse para el récord, por favor?
Carlos A. Reyes Berríos, soy el gerente general de operaciones de Ecoeléctrica.
Muchas gracias. I'm going to go identify all purpose witnesses for the record and swear you in to get that part done. So can you go in line and present yourself for the record?
Indira Mohit, PREPA, Environmental Projects and Licensing Department Manager.
Licenciada Ibeliz Sánchez Saultaire, directora asociada.
Gregory Rivera, Superintendent, Planning and Research Division.
Carlos Rivera Rodríguez, Superintendente, División de Ingeniería y Servicios Técnicos.
Y a todos, jurando decir la verdad y que todo el testimonio provisto en el día de hoy es verdad y de su propio y personal conocimiento. Muchas gracias. Ariel, now I'm going to go to you. Mr. Reyes has informed that he's going to be speaking in Spanish, so anyone who needs translation, please use your headphones.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Ariel Horowitz. I'm one of the Commission's technical advisors. I'm joined this morning by my colleague, Patrick Lukow. We're going to be asking questions on behalf of the Commission. I believe for Mr. Reyes, the way it's going to go is that we'll ask you all the questions we have, and then you'll get cross from PREPA, and my understanding is that none of the other interveners have cross for Mr. Reyes. So I have essentially 4 different lines of questioning for you. The first one is about Ecoelectrica. Yeah, sorry. Trying to get this working. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure my headset is working. Okay, let's go. The first one is about the capability of the Ecoelectrica terminal to handle additional gas supply and what would be required to expand the gas supply available at the Ecoelectrica terminal. So my first question is, does the terminal currently have extra throughput capability?
Actualmente el terminal de Ecoeléctrica puede manejar y está autorizado por la Comisión Federal de Energía para un throughput de 186.000 millones de pies cúbicos estándar por día de gas natural. Ante la Comisión Federal de Energía tenemos una aplicación para la enmienda a nuestro permiso que está completada desde la perspectiva técnica y de evaluación medioambiental. Únicamente estamos esperando porque el quórum de la Comisión Federal de Energía se complete para que nos autorice la enmienda. Eso nos va a incrementar la capacidad de trasiego por 93 millones de pies cúbicos estándar por día adicionales. El límite técnico,
Sorry. Just to be clear, you're currently permitted for 186.
correct,
And your permit application would have you be permitted for 193.
no, 493 incremental capacity.
For an incremental capacity of
Correct.
193.
Sí, el nuevo total sería 186 más 93.
Plus 93, not 193.
Correcto.
Okay. And the technical limitation is?
El terminal de ecoeléctrica tiene un tanque de LNG de 1 millón de barriles de capacidad con 4 columnas. Cada una de las columnas tiene instalada una bomba de CNAUT, de gas natural licuado, con una capacidad de 93 millones de pies cúbicos por día de capacidad. Y tenemos instalados también 4 vaporizadores de tipo Shell and Tube de 93 millones de pies cúbicos por día de capacidad cada uno, para un total de 4 veces 93 millones sería el límite técnico de nuestro terminal con el equipamiento actual.
Would any additional infrastructure be required to take advantage of a larger permit limit on the throughput?
Can you repeat the question?
Would you have to construct any additional storage infrastructure, regasification infrastructure, anything else along those lines in order to take advantage of an increased permit limit on the throughput at the plant?
Well, nosotros tenemos 2 permisos. Uno por el Departamento de Energía Federal, que establece el límite de importación de energía a Puerto Rico, y eso es el equivalente aproximadamente a 60 barcos metaneros. Con ese límite, con ese permiso, no estamos operando muy por debajo de su límite, ya que estamos trayendo actualmente en promedio 24 barcos metaneros al año, y cuando añadamos un vaporizador adicional vamos a traer 12 metaneros adicionales para un total de 36. O sea que esperamos estar trayendo 36 barcos al año, de entre 36 y 40, y el límite del permiso por el Departamento de Energía es de aproximadamente 60. Para un trasiego más allá de 3 veces 93 millones, que sería lo que vamos a tener ahora próximamente, tendríamos que volver a solicitar una enmienda a la Comisión Federal de Energía para que nos autorice a aumentar el trasiego, pero no habría que hacer instalaciones adicionales, sino vamos a exceder 4 veces 93 millones de pies cúbicos por día.
So I have 2 follow-ups on that. The first is, would you mind repeating the unit of the DOE permit? Just that it didn't come through on the translation.
The unit. El permiso de importar gas natural del Departamento de Energía establece un límite que se traduce aproximadamente a 60 barcos metaneros por año. La cantidad de energía yo tendría que proveerla a la comisión posteriormente porque no la tengo de memoria.
Okay. And then what I understand from the answer that you just gave is that Ecoelectrica is planning to construct an additional vaporizer. Is that correct?
No, actualmente la instalación tiene 4 vaporizadores instalados y 4 bombas de extraer combustible del tanque. No tenemos que hacer adiciones de equipo para llegar a un trasiego de 4 veces 93 millones de pies cúbicos estándar por día.
We might come back to this in a second. In the meantime, can you please explain the current tolling arrangement for gas supply to the Costa Sur plant?
Ecoeléctrica, como parte de los contratos originales de la compañía, tiene un contrato para servicios de terminal que incluye el recibo de barcos, la descarga de barcos, el almacenamiento de combustible y la regasificación del gas natural licuado con la compañía Gas Natural Fenosa, y ellos tienen los derechos de la utilización de la capacidad en exceso del terminal de Ecoeléctrica por virtud de ese contrato.
So this is a contract between Ecoelectrica and Fenosa.
Correcto.
Are you familiar with the contract between PREPA and Fenosa for gas supply? Is that within the scope of the questions that you can answer?
No, I'm not. No estoy familiarizado.
I'm going to ask your opinion of them, of PREPA's assumptions about that matter, on the understanding that that contract is not with Ecoelectrica. In your understanding, what did PREPA assume about the impact of AOGP on its supply contract for gas at Costa Sur in this analysis?
Más allá de lo que han algunos de los interventores expresado de que el costo del gas natural en Costa Sur va a cambiar con la entrada del Puerto de Aguirre, no tengo conocimientos adicionales.
Do you have any commentary on that assumption?
No tengo comentarios.
One second. Sorry. I think it would be an exhibit 2. I don't think it would be in this one. I think it would be in 2. Yeah, I have it. In your testimony, starting on page 7, you had some discussion of PREPA's assumptions regarding the excess energy charge that they pay to Ecoelectrica for generation at a capacity factor of over 76%. So my next set of questions is on that. On page 7 at lines 131 to 134, you state, we refer to the price quoted to PREPA for fuel to produce energy over 76% as the, quote, spot fuel price, unquote. Depending on the demand or supply dynamics in the market, dispatch over 76% to PREPA could represent a cost increase compared to the base cost of energy. Does Ecoelectrica make purchases on the spot market to satisfy generation at over a 76% capacity factor?
Correcto.
Is there anything in your contract with PREPA that ties the amount of the excess energy charge to the actual cost of spot purchases?
No.
Has it been Ecoelectrica's practice in the past to charge an excess energy price that is directly related in some way, for example, a fixed adder over the cost of spot purchases?
Ecoeléctrica toma en consideración para establecer el precio del combustible ofertado para producir la energía en exceso algunos indicadores como lo son las cotizaciones de precio de combustible en el mercado spot, de precio de GNL, el costo de nuestra conversión de ese combustible a energía eléctrica, que es el producto que le entregamos a PREPA, el margen que la compañía realiza sobre dichas ventas en exceso y el costo marginal del sistema eléctrico de Puerto Rico para sus unidades térmicas utilizando aceite número 6 como combustible.
So my understanding of your answer is that those are some factors that Ecoelectrica takes into account when setting the spot price. Is that correct?
Correcto.
However, there's no agreement, formal or informal, between Ecoelectrica and PREPA that Ecoelectrica will follow a certain formula based on spot fuel pricing to set the value of the excess energy charge.
Correcto.
In your testimony on page 8 at lines 143 to 144, you state that PREPA's assumption that the spot fuel price is going to essentially be their avoided cost of diesel generation lacks a valid rationale. Do you have any evidence or analysis to present to the Commission demonstrating that that's not a good representation of how the spot price has been, the excess energy charge has been set in the past?
No tenemos análisis, habría que ver, ¿verdad?, los precios históricos del aceite número 2, del aceite número 6 y del precio ofertado de spot para poder llegar a una determinación.
If PREPA had made a different assumption regarding the excess energy charge, what, in your evaluation, would have been the impact on PREPA's calculation of AOGP's value?
Nuestro planteamiento va dirigido a que el PREPA modelar un costo de combustible para la energía en exceso igual al aceite número 2 va a afectar negativamente el factor de capacidad asignado a Ecoeléctrica por el modelo de costos de producción.
But can you comment on how that would impact PREPA's calculation of the value of AOGP?
La reasignación del despacho entre los recursos del sistema va a resultar en unos costos diferentes para los escenarios modelados por PREPA bajo el análisis de Aguirre.
Do you think that this assumption of PREPA's compared to what you're arguing PREPA's assumption should have been would make the value of AOGP larger or smaller?
En mi opinión, el valor va a resultar menor, pero no por una cantidad material, porque la cantidad de energía en exceso que va a ser afectada, ¿no?, de ecoeléctrica, es pequeña comparada con la asignación de despacho de los otros recursos del sistema que están siendo modelados.
What price do you think PREPA should have assumed for the excess energy charge?
Un indicador más cercano al costo marginal del sistema eléctrico para sus térmicas a aceite número 6 es más apropiado para el modelo.
Is that how Ecoelectrica plans to charge PREPA for the excess energy charge in the future?
Esa es la metodología que nosotros normalmente usamos para establecer el costo, en adición a los otros indicadores que le mencioné anteriormente.
In your purchases on the spot market, have you found spot prices in the past year to 2 years to be higher or lower than the previous year?
Lower.
Lower. How about then the average of the past 5 years?
Han venido reduciéndose.
If this is competitively sensitive, feel free to not answer this question. What hub does Ecoelectrica usually buy gas for a spot purchase off of?
Ecoeléctrica no compra directamente el combustible para producir la energía en exceso, pues nosotros tenemos contratado a un fuel manager. La figura del fuel manager es quien sale a los mercados a buscar las propuestas de precio para combustible spot y traslada el análisis de la subasta a Ecoeléctrica.
Okay, thank you. With regards to the minimum runtime assumption that you mentioned on lines 161 through 164 of page 8 of your testimony, do you have any evidence or analysis that shows that this assumption is a poor representation of how PREPA's system operates in reality?
¿Puedes repetir la pregunta?
For some context here, we've gone over this assumption previously in the IRP case. PREPA's response to this concern in the past was, I'm going to characterize PREPA's response as essentially being that regardless of what an industry standard assumption for this parameter would be, PREPA's assumption of a minimum runtime of 720 hours for the oil-fired steam units is a reasonable representation of how PREPA's fleet actually is operated. Do you have any evidence or analysis demonstrating that that is not true?
Es posible que Prepa esté operando su flota de esa forma actualmente. Nuestra opinión es que de estarlo haciendo de esa forma está afectando la solución del despacho económico del sistema e impactando negativamente recursos que de otra forma pudiesen tener mejor capacity factor por el hecho de no apagar sus unidades térmicas por un mes una vez las comisionan.
So if I'm understanding your response correctly, you're saying that PREPA may actually run its units that way, but if it does, you think that PREPA should be running them differently.
Correcto.
What would be the impact on PREPA's calculation of the value of AOGP from changing this assumption?
Cambiar esa premisa va a optimizar los resultados del modelo de costos de producción del sistema en su totalidad. Sin realizar los modelos es imposible saber si va a impactar negativa o positivamente el resultado del análisis de Aguirre.
Do you think the impact would be, previously you described the impact of the excess energy charge assumption as not material. Do you think that changing this assumption would result in a material impact on PREPA's calculation of the value of AOGP?
Sí, yo entiendo que sí.
Can you elaborate on that?
La premisa de 720 horas como tiempo mínimo de operación impide que el modelo apague recursos térmicos que pueden resultar más costosos que el resto de los recursos disponibles en el sistema, afectando negativamente la solución del despacho económico o de la operación del sistema. Si cambiamos esa premisa, el despacho se va a reajustar a una solución más óptima y va a tener un impacto material en los resultados del análisis de costo de producción.
So you think it would have a material impact, but you don't know whether that impact would increase or decrease the value of AOGP. Is that correct?
Correcto. Para poder saberlo habría que ver el resultado de los modelos comparando el cambio en premisa.
Okay, so this is my last set of questions. Do you think that the analysis that PREPA submitted in this case is sufficiently robust to support a commission approval of the project?
No tengo una opinión al respecto.
If the commission grants approval of the project, would you recommend that that approval be unconditional or that the commission apply contingencies?
No tengo recomendaciones a ese respecto.
If the commission grants approval to the project, how should the commission entail to prevent cost overruns?
No tengo conocimiento para contestar la pregunta.
Do you have a recommendation on how the commission should handle cost overruns if they occur?
Más allá de aplicar las prácticas normales de ingeniería de proyectos, no tengo recomendaciones adicionales.
Do you think that if the commission approves the project, when do you think, if ever, that PREPA should endeavor to contract for gas supply at the gas terminal at AOGP?
No, eso está fuera de mi área de especialidad.
And if the commission does not approve the project, what would you recommend for next steps for PREPA?
Mi recomendación en ese sentido sería reevaluar la necesidad del sistema de cara a la reducción en demanda que se pronostica para el sistema eléctrico de Puerto Rico, reevaluar la necesidad de térmica de tecnología H que se están proponiendo, considerar tecnologías que añadan flexibilidad al sistema, de manera que podamos integrar las fuentes intermitentes por renovables tal y como se propone. En el sistema eléctrico de Puerto Rico.
Thank you.
A la orden.
Procedemos con la Autoridad de Energía Eléctrica. If you have any questions for Mr. Reyes, you may proceed.
I will be formulating my questions in Spanish. Is that
No hay
correct?
problema.
Okay. Buenos días.
El micrófono, si se puede acercar bien, no sé si está prendido.
Entiendo que sí.
Ahí.
¿Me escuchan? Buenos días, señor Reyes. A preguntas del personal de la comisión, le preguntó la relación entre Fenosa y Ecoeléctrica, si alguna. Le pregunto, ¿Gas Natural Fenosa es accionista de Ecoeléctrica?
Sí, actualmente Gas Natural Fenosa tiene cerca, bueno, a través de sus sociedades, tiene una participación de cerca de 47.5% de la sociedad ecoeléctrica.
Basado en eso, le pregunto, ¿es Gas Natural Fenosa el accionista principal de Ecoeléctrica en este momento?
En términos de porciento de participación, es el de mayor porciento que tiene en la sociedad.
Cambiando un poco el tema, le pregunto, ¿cuántas unidades de vaporizadoras cuenta actualmente la planta de Ecoeléctrica? ¿Con cuántas de ellas?
4 unidades de 93 millones de pies cúbicos estándar por día de capacidad.
Le pregunto, ¿la planta de Ecoeléctrica tiene la capacidad de utilizar esas cuatro unidades a la vez?
Desde la perspectiva técnica sí, desde la perspectiva de permisos no estamos autorizados a utilizar las 4 unidades a la vez. Actualmente estamos autorizados a utilizar 2 de ellas al mismo tiempo. Esperamos que cuando la Comisión Federal de Energía tenga el quórum, esperamos sea a finales de julio de este año, estemos autorizados para operar 3 de las unidades al mismo tiempo.
Entonces, para operar esta 4ª unidad adicional, ¿se requeriría enmendar el permiso o empezar un permiso de permisología?
Es una enmienda al permiso, específicamente como no se requiere equipamiento adicional. Básicamente la enmienda lo que persigue es que se reajuste la cantidad de barcos que vamos a traer al puerto.
Basado en eso, y le pregunto para concluir, eso quiere decir que actualmente pueden utilizarse 2 a la vez, ¿eso es correcto?
Correcto.
Se está trabajando en la enmienda del permiso para poder utilizar una tercera. ¿Es correcto? Y para poder utilizar esta cuarta a la vez, se requeriría enmendar el permiso nuevamente.
Eso es correcto.
Aparte del permiso, se requeriría, para poder utilizar estas cuatro plantas a la vez, se requeriría alguna mejora a los equipos existentes en la planta.
No se requerirían mejoras.
No tenemos más preguntas.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Sure.
We just want to follow up quickly on this question. I believe that everybody was notified that we would be asking questions about the base IRP. As part of this.
Yes.
So on page 5-5 of the base IRP, I'll just read this section to you. Siemens, on behalf of PREPA, wrote, based on its original FERC application, Ecoelectrica was approved to construct 2 1 million barrel LNG storage tanks. However, the second storage tank was never constructed, and Commission, meaning FERC, authorization to construct the second tank has lapsed. However, the space remains available to construct the second tank if needed. Is that, do you have any comment on the accuracy of that passage?
La aseveración es correcta.
If you were to expand the gas throughput at the terminal, would you need to construct a second storage tank?
No, siempre y cuando no excedamos 4 veces 93 millones de pies cúbicos estándar por día de trasiego, para un total de 372 millones de pies cúbicos estándar por día de trasiego.
So all of the vaporizer throughput that you have available, you can support using the single storage tank that exists at the terminal.
Correcto.
Okay, thank you.
Does any of the intervener has questions for Mr. Reyes? Ilac? Please identify yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Ruth Santiago. I represent Enlace Latino de Acción Climática, Comité de Diálogo Ambiental, el Puente de Williamsburg, jointly referred to as ILAC. I'd like to know what, if any, relationship Ecoelectrica Gas Fenosa has with Arctas Capital Group. Y lo digo en español para adelantar, ¿verdad? ¿Qué relación, si alguna, tiene Ecoelectrica Gas Natural Fenosa con Arctas?
Sí, yo puedo contestar la pregunta por Ecoelectrica. Ecoelectrica no tiene ninguna relación con Arctas.
¿Ha habido algunas conversaciones, negociaciones, reuniones entre Ecoelectrica y Arctas?
Negativo, no que yo conozca.
Y en términos de gas natural fenosa.
Desconozco.
Quiero referirme a algunas preguntas que usted, alguna información que usted brindó en las preguntas. Ok, usted, me parece que los criterios que señaló, so the question in English first, right? Okay.
You can ask them in Spanish and
then we translate. Okay.
Puedes hacerlo en español y ya no tienes que traducirla. como prefiera.
Me gustaría traducirla, si es posible. Okay. So the price of the gas sold to Costa Azul, PREPA, for Costa Azul, is determined by spot prices, quotes that you get, the cost of conversion, right, of regasification, and the margin for sales, excess sales, and the margin on number 6 fuel, right? Could you explain each one of those?
Sí, me gustaría aclarar primeramente que Ecoeléctrica no vende el combustible que utiliza la Autoridad de Energía Eléctrica en su central de Costa Sur. Nosotros solamente proveemos servicios de terminal a ese respecto y los proveemos a gas natural Fenosa. Contestando su pregunta de los indicadores que se utilizan para establecer el precio del combustible ofertado a PREPA para la generación en exceso de 76% en Ecoeléctrica. Esos son los indicadores que utilizamos.
¿Y los puede, can you explain those? ¿Puede explicarlos? Dar un detalle, provide more detail.
Sí, puedo repasarlo. Primero, el costo, los indicadores de precio del costo del gas natural licuado en el mercado spot para barcos que se puedan recibir en Puerto Rico, sean compatibles con nuestro terminal, dentro del periodo de tiempo que podemos recibirlos de acuerdo a la logística de operación del terminal y el volumen de producto que deseamos adquirir. El costo que tiene Ecoeléctrica para convertir ese combustible en energía eléctrica, que es el producto que se le entrega a la Autoridad de Energía Eléctrica. Nosotros no le entregamos combustible, le entregamos kilovatios hora. El margen que la compañía realiza sobre ese servicio y un indicador del sistema eléctrico que utilizamos para valorar la competitividad de nuestras ofertas es el costo marginal de producción del sistema eléctrico de Puerto Rico para sus unidades térmicas operando en aceite número 6.
Okay. How does that conversion cost compare to conversion costs that we've seen in the file, for example, from LNG to natural gas? How does that compare to what we've seen? ¿Cómo compara el precio de conversión, que es un elemento que usted indicó, con los precios que hemos visto en este caso, en este expediente, para cobrar la conversión de energía, de LNG, perdón?
Depende de la tecnología, va a variar la respuesta a su pregunta. Nuestro costo de conversión pues puede ser aproximado como el normal para una tecnología de ciclo combinado con unidades a gas 501 FC, instalada a finales de los años 90.
Okay. But my question is, in terms of what we have seen in the file, we've seen numbers actually quoted indicating what the cost of conversion is. So how does it compare? ¿Cómo compara con lo que hemos visto, verdad, con las conversiones que se han citado en el expediente en este caso?
No tengo una referencia, no sé cuáles son los costos que se han citado.
¿Usted podría conseguir esa información? ¿Puede proveer esa información?
Es que no tengo claro cuál es la información.
Okay, so my question is, and this is generally for the 4 elements that you mentioned that form part of the pricing of the sale of energy to PREPA over 76%. And I'm sorry, I think earlier I indicated that I was referring to sale of gas. So can you tell us how that compares to market rates that we have seen in this file, ¿verdad? O sea que lo que nos interesa saber es cómo esos elementos que usted mencionó que forman parte del precio a la que Ecoeléctrica le vende ese exceso de bueno, por ponerle así el 76 en adelante, por ciento, ¿cómo compara eso con los precios de mercado que hemos visto mencionados aquí?
Sí, el cuarto elemento de mi respuesta, que es la comparativa de competitividad con el costo marginal del sistema, le contesta la pregunta. O sea, en otras palabras, si usted calcula o obtiene el costo marginal del sistema de las térmicas de Aguirre o Costa Azul operando a Bunker C en centavos por kilovatio hora, pues le va a dar una buena indicación de nuestro costo ofertado en centavos por kilovatio hora para la energía en exceso al 76% de producción.
Okay, a ver si entiendo. So, see if I understand. So you're saying now that the marginal cost of PREPA's generation using bunker C number 6 oil, fuel oil, is basically what Ecoeléctrica is using to set the price of the sale of energy in excess of 76%. Is that correct? ¿Eso es correcto? Que
No, no es correcto. Ese es uno de los elementos que utilizamos y específicamente lo utilizamos para validar la competitividad de nuestra oferta.
Okay.
Porque en caso de que nuestro costo de combustible no nos permita ser competitivos, entonces no ofertamos.
Okay. So, see if I understand. So what you're saying is that you use these other three criteria, or you use the other three criteria, and then if that results in a marginal cost that is in excess of PREPA's cost for generating with fuel oil number 6, then you don't make the offer.
Nosotros no ajustamos la oferta a pérdida. Nosotros, pues simplemente vamos a cotizar más caro que el costo marginal del sistema y no vamos a recibir asignación de despacho por el despacho económico.
Okay, so finally, so the question is, can you provide us information on the cost of conversion, the market rate cost of conversion, how that compares to what Ecoeléctrica's cost of conversion is, and how these other criteria compare to market rates?
You can make document requests at this point in the hearing. The commission will review if that information is relevant for the record, and if so, ask Ecoeléctrica to provide it. If you could please make reference to the numbers that you were referring to in the filing and let us know so we can address it.
Yeah,
We appreciate that.
I'll submit a document to that effect.
Do you have any additional questions?
I think I had one. This might have been the thing about the vaporization units. Okay, there was a reference in your testimony to adding a vaporization unit. And I think that mostly clarified, right? So you're saying that you have two operating vaporization units, one that has an additional third that will be presumably addressed, the application by FERC when it gets a quorum. But that the fourth vaporization unit has not been, there's been no application for that. Is that correct?
Correcto.
Okay. Do you have an additional question?
Do you know if the tolling agreement for gas supply at Costa Sur has ever been submitted to the commission?
Desconozco.
Would it be possible to get the tolling agreement submitted to the commission?
El contrato de servicios de terminal entre PREPA y su suplidor no es de Ecoeléctrica. Ecoeléctrica no tiene dicho contrato.
Right. I'm not talking about that contract. I'm talking about the tolling services contract between Ecoelectrica and Fenosa.
Ese contrato no ha sido sometido a la comisión.
I think we would like to see that contract.
To Ecoelectrica, we are requesting Ecoelectrica to file it. If you have any confidentiality issues, please motion it when you file it and follow the, I can't remember the number of the resolution, but the confidentiality instructions for the Commission to file any confidential documents. Do you have any questions for your witness at this point?
No, ninguna. Tomaremos nota de la solicitud del documento por parte de la Comisión y si hay, como instruyó la Comisión, si hay alguna situación de confidencialidad, pues la plantearemos en la sumisión.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Sí, señora Gray. Sure.
Fernando Gray for ICSE. Good morning, sir.
Buenos días.
You mentioned that the total capacity, if the 4 units were operating, would be around 372,000 million cubic feet per day.
Excuse me, can you talk more into the microphone? Thank you, sorry.
He mentioned in his testimony that if the 4 units were fully operational, with all the permits and everything, it would be 93 million square feet by 4. That would be the number, which is 372,000 million. When you consume whatever Ecoelectrica consumes and sells, whatever it sells to Costa Sur, how much spare capacity do you have if the 4 units are operating?
186 millones de pies cúbicos estándar por día de capacidad.
That would be the spare.
Hoy esa es la capacidad disponible.
I mean, that would be the capacity today if we had the 4 units operating.
Correcto. Hoy tenemos 4 unidades instaladas de 93 millones de pies cúbicos por día de capacidad, de las cuales están en utilización 2. De manera que quedan 2 disponibles para operar de la misma capacidad.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions from any of the parties? No. Señor Reyes, queda excusado de la vista y muchas gracias por su participación.
Muchas gracias a usted.
Buen día. Now we're going to proceed with the calendar as scheduled, and we're going to start with the topic that we issue in the resolution. If Mr. Padilla can step into the table, we will really appreciate it. Hi, please everyone, when you are talking, talk directly into the microphone, because if not, the recording is not gonna, we're not gonna be able to listen to it. Mr. Padilla, can you say your name and position for the record?
Hi. Good morning. My name is Fernando Padilla. I'm the restructuring advisor for the executive director at PREPA.
And do you swear to say the truth and that the all information provided is of your personal knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. So
We have a variety of questions for PREPA on the topic of permitting, contracting, and financing at AOGP. And I believe I know which of you is addressing which topic, but I'll take my best guess and then feel free to redirect it to your colleagues. So I'm going to start with permits, which I believe is mostly under Ms. Sanchez. Is that correct? Okay. And are you planning to answer in English or Spanish, just so I know whether to?
I'll answer in English.
Can you tell us, in your understanding, what is the status of the application for AOGP at FERC?
Yes, the status of the application before FERC, the process is awaiting for the decision, which is the biological opinion from the National Marine Fisheries Service. There's been continuous communication with National Marine Fisheries Service. They have asked for some information regarding the HDD, and it's been provided to them. So we are expecting for the National Marine Fisheries to issue their biological opinion within the next few months. We would expect it to be between July and September of this year.
So the earliest that you would expect them to issue the biological opinion is in July. Is that correct?
Yes, the earliest. Mm-hmm.
Do you have documentation to that effect?
No, there's no documentation other than the meetings that we've been holding with National Marine Fisheries.
Okay. Once the biological opinion is returned from the Marine and Fisheries Service, what are the next steps after that?
Well, after that, that opinion, from that biological opinion, has to be taken before the Corps of Engineers also for their process. And it must be considered by FERC. So once that issued and it's taken before the Corps of Engineers and before FERC, we would expect that within 2 to 3 months we would have a final permit.
Can you please refer to attachment 2 to PREPA's response to ROI 3-11 in this case? This is the table of all the permits that are required for AOGP. In this document, a number of different agencies are listed as having the opportunity to comment on the biological opinion once it's returned to FERC. Mm-hmm. So these include, but are not limited to, Fish and Wildlife Service, mm-hmm. NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and various other agencies.
Yeah, NOAA is the main agency under which National Marine Fisheries is located. Mm-hmm. So they also have the essential fish habitat. So really the biological opinion, it's not like NOAA is going to come and NOAA issues the biological opinion.
Are there any other agencies other than FERC that would have to approve or comment on the biological opinion after it's returned?
The biological opinion is not approved by any agency. It's the opinion, okay, which ends the consultation. That is taken into account for whatever decision FERC is going to make, but it's not like FERC approves of that biological opinion. So they take that opinion and they include whatever recommendations are done in that opinion on their permit, on their authorization for construction.
So in order for FERC to issue an authorization for construction, they're going to get this biological opinion back, and then it may have recommendations for other things that would be required or limits that would be that they're recommending under the permit. Is that
Yeah, it
correct?
might have additional conditions that have not been included in the authorization up to this moment. And it will also definitely include requirements for mitigation plans, which have to be addressed and have to be worked on.
What sort of, can you give some examples of what those limitations and mitigation requirements might be?
That's up to the agency, it's not up to me.
Can you give any examples of the sort of thing that might be within scope?
Yes, they might require, it's basically what it might require, it's conditions to be included in the mitigation plans. It's basically what is going to come out of that opinion.
Would there be costs to PREPA associated with those?
With the mitigation plans, yes, there's cost related to those plans. But those costs have been already included in the estimates of the project.
Can you point to where in the cost estimates for the project they're included?
Mitigation. Line. Yes, on the offshore project section.
Listed on...
The 7th line.
I believe you're referring to the attachment to CPR AH0101 from the rate case, and this is a $5 million budget line for mitigation.
Yes.
Okay. And have those efforts already been built into the timeline for AOGP?
Yes. Although it's important to explain that some of the conditions included in the mitigation plans are not necessarily conditions that would have to be satisfied before construction. Mm-hmm. Some are to be satisfied during construction, and some are after construction during operation. So the timeline in that sense could extend more than the timeline that we are enclosing here, because it's going to be, even during the operation, we would have to still be doing complying with some of the conditions required by the mitigation plans.
Thank you. Can you describe, after FERC issues its authorization to construct AOGP, can you describe what's then required? My understanding is that the next step after that is the Army Corps of Engineers process. Is that correct?
No, the Army Corps of Engineers process has to be completed before FERC issues the authorization.
Can you describe what's necessary for the Army Corps process?
Yeah, for the Army Corps process, there are several things that have to be met, and one of them is the consultation with the National Marine Fisheries. Other things required by that process, which is like the water quality certificate and also the planning board coastal management authorization or certificate, those have already been applied for. The coastal zone management certification has already been issued, and the water quality certificate is in process. But the whole process at the Corps of Engineers actually is on hold because we need the consultation with NIMS. So until we don't have that, the process at the Corps won't start running again. It's been put on hold due to that.
And once the biological opinion is issued and you can restart the process, what's required for you to restart the process, and how long do you think that process would take? What's the range on that?
Yeah, what is required is for us to communicate and submit the biological opinion to the Corps. And once that is submitted, we would expect that within the next 3 months, it should be a timeline of 3 months. Mm-hmm. if everything runs smoothly and there are no like challenges to the process and all that, it should be 3 months.
So my understanding of the steps that you've described so far, that the biological opinion comes back, you go back to the Corps of Engineers, you get the approval from the Corps of Engineers, then theoretically FERC would issue its authorization. Is that correct? Then,
well, all the permits have to be in place in order for FERC to issue the authorization.
what other permits that we haven't mentioned thus far would have to be in place?
The air permit for the project, which is also in the process. It's like on hold until the state EIS becomes final, because the state EIS has been challenged by Diálogo Ambiental.
This is an air permit with EPA?
It's an air permit with the Environmental Quality Board because it's been delegated to the Environmental Quality Board by EPA.
Okay.
Since it has been, the Quality Board in Puerto Rico, since it was decided by EPA that it was not that it was a non-PSD process, so it's been delegated to the Environmental Quality Board.
So is this in the second attachment to ROI 3-11 in this case? Is this the permit application that's listed here as joint permit application with the EQB, the Planning Board, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the Puerto Rico Department of Natural and Environmental Resources?
No, that's the part for the EQB. There is the water quality certificate. That's what's under the joint permit, which is the one that it's issued by the Corps of Engineers. The permit, the air permit, is under the EQB.
Is this the Title V operating permit / Rule 203 permit?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it. It's under Environmental Quality Board.
Okay. And how long would that permit process take?
As I mentioned, that process was PREPA applied for that permit about 2 years ago, if I don't remember wrong, and that all the information has been turned into the EQB, and they are ready to issue the permit, but they cannot go ahead and issue it because one of the requirements is that the state EIS, the environmental impact statement from the state, is final. And since it's been challenged, first Diálogo Ambiental asked for a reconsideration from OCPE, then OCPE denied the reconsideration. They went to the appellate court. The appellate court denied it, denied the petition from Diálogo. They asked for a reconsideration. The reconsideration was denied, and now they have submitted a petition, a certiorari, before the Supreme Court of Puerto Rico. So until we don't have a final decision on that, the EIS is not final, and until the EIS is not final, there are several permits that await for that EIS to be final in order to be issued. But all the back and forth between the agencies and PREPA or Accelerate, that has all been taken care of already.
So what I'm understanding from the description that you're giving right now is that the minimum amount of time that the remainder of the permitting process could take is about, from today, about 4 months, like about 1 month to get.
No, it's about 6 months from today.
The minimum is about 6 months. And what's the maximum?
Well, no, I'm sorry, that's the maximum. The minimum would be like anywhere between 3 and 4 months. The maximum would be 6 months.
But that assumes that the Supreme Court of Puerto Rico will issue a decision, will either essentially would deny cert.
Deny it, yeah.
Okay. And if they grant cert, then it could take about how long would you estimate?
I cannot answer that. I have no idea, but since it's a very important project for the island, and it has been recognized as such by the appellate court. The appellate court expressed in their resolution that this was a very important project and therefore they would treat it expeditiously. We would expect the Supreme Court to take the same approach.
Okay. What would you say is on the critical path for permitting the project?
The critical path right now is the opinion, the biological opinion from the National Marine Fisheries Service.
And the next step after that?
The next step after that is the issuance of all the remaining permits.
And then the next step is the FERC authorization.
FERC authorization.
And what's the next step after that?
The next step after that is the notice to proceed, to accelerate so that they can start the construction.
Are you required to have construction permits in place prior to FERC issuing its authorization?
Construction permits, you mean from Puerto Rico? No. The only permits that are required by FERC to be in place before they issue their authorization are the federal permits.
I'm understanding from the same attachment with the list of all the permits that PREPA has not yet applied for construction permits.
No, because in order to apply for the construction permit, you must have the EIS, and it's a process that needs more information regarding the design of the project. So that comes later on during the process. But it's not a long process. The construction permit could be issued anywhere between, and actually they're talking about changing the law and the process, so maybe it might be shorter even. So
minimum
more than a month.
Okay. So maximum length of time on that would be a month?
A month, yeah.
Okay. Would you require separate construction permits for AOGP and for the gas conversions?
They can be done separately or they can be done together.
Okay. And all of the permits that we've been talking about so far are permits that pertain, other than this last question, are permits that pertain only to AOGP itself and not to the gas conversions. Is that correct?
No, the Title V is it's been treated as one project. The conversions and the Aguirre offshore gas port are just one project under that permit application. Actually, it's a modification to our Title V operation permit also.
Okay. So let's get to some questions on that. Can you talk about how the gas conversions are represented within the Title V permit?
How was that? Could you repeat the question?
Can you discuss what limits or requirements there are on the generation that is installed at the Aguirre site and the way that generation is operated under the current air permits that you've applied for?
No, I don't have the expertise to answer that question.
Okay. To your knowledge, is there anything in that permit that would prevent PREPA from repowering the existing CC units?
Repowering meaning?
Replacing the turbines.
Replacing, yes, there is a limitation on that. It's not that it's a limitation on the permit. It would be a limitation under the actual description of the project that we have submitted for these permits. Because if we change the scope of the project, or we change the amount or the identity of the emissions that we have already discussed for this process, for this permit process, for the EIS, then we would have to go back and start the process all over again because it would be a different project altogether. So what we discussed in this permit application is the conversion of the units. Repowering the units, meaning changing them to new units, is out of the scope of what has been presented.
And would you need a new permit or a modified permit to, or some other form of permit or no permit to then perform this turbine replacement?
Since there has been no permit issued yet, and I'm changing the whole scope of the project if I am doing a repowering, and it changes the amounts of the emissions that we calculated, the modeling that we did, it would, de facto, it would be like beginning the process again.
Right.
It could be under the same docket maybe, but it would be like starting all over again, because probably the interveners would ask for sure for new hearings. So it would be like starting the process all over again.
So what I'm trying to ask is, if you get approval from FERC and you get all of your permits issued and you get approval from the commission to go forward with AOGP and the gas conversions, what permitting process would then be required to proceed with what is, in my understanding, the next step of the Aguirre site plan, which is the turbine replacements?
Well, it depends on the time frame where you're gonna execute that repowering, but it would be if the permit has been already issued for the Aguirre offshore gas port and the conversions, and we have completed that project, it would be a completely new process, completely new permit.
And about how long do you think that process would take?
Well, it depends on whether it is a PSD or non-PSD regarding the air permit, but it would take an estimate of 6 to 6.5 years to have the whole thing, the whole process of permitting, plus the previous steps to start construction.
One second.
And the construction, I mean, it would be like the whole 6.5 years, 6 to 6.5 to have the units in place. It's what I meant.
So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page about this. In the economic analysis report submitted in this case, on page 8-2, I'm looking at figure 8-1. The CC unit gas turbine replacement at the Aguirre CCs is shown in that chart, which is effectively a Gantt chart.
Can you give me a minute to get there? Yes, we have it here.
So, if I'm understanding you correctly, you just said that you think that from beginning to end, the process of repowering the the CCs would take about 6 years. What's shown in this chart is a plan from PREPA to start development, permitting, and financing of that repowering process in what appears to be December of this calendar year, and have that completed by July of 2022, which is 4.5 years.
I would say that's like the best scenario, but it could stretch out depending on what the experience with the federal agencies on our case it's been very, very disrupting of our processes because they stretch out those processes very long. So I would say that's like a best case scenario, 4.5 years, but it could stretch out because what we've experienced, for example, with the OGP.
Would you consider that time frame, 4.5 years, to be realistic?
Very tightly realistic. Again, that's without any, not having challenges to the process. That would be realistic. But if we have challenges to the process, it could stretch out a bit more.
What agencies would you have to go through for permitting on the CC turbine replacement?
Well, it all depends. That's a very difficult question to answer right now because I would have to know the location. I would have to know if it's going to be, if we have to make a demolition of what's there and then construct a new one, or if it's going to be at another site, whether they're going to use the same cooling water system, if it's needed, the cooling water system. It's a very much, there are a lot of variables that I don't have any knowledge right now, so
okay.
I don't know what agencies would be involved. But if there is changes to the water cooling system, to the discharges, to the amount of fuel that has to be received and the waste that it's going to be received, if it's diesel, the National Marine Fisheries, the Corps of Engineers, most likely the Fish and Wildlife Service, and the local agencies, EQB, DNER, the Planning Board, the State Historic Preservation Office, the Institute of Culture. Basically, that's the list.
Do you have to go through FERC?
No, not through FERC. FERC doesn't apply. Intrastate, it doesn't apply. The Commission.
Mr. Rivera, do you have any commentary on any of that? Okay. Part of the capital plans that have been submitted to the Commission includes a large amount of transmission work that we understand to be primarily deferred maintenance, but that is, in our understanding, and we'll get to this when we talk about the economic analysis in more depth tomorrow, I believe. But our understanding is that that transmission work is necessary for the value of AOGP to be fully realized.
Yes, hello. I'd like to clear that most of this transmission work has to do with MATS compliance. In order to do such a dramatic reduction of generation at the north San Juan Palo Seco, I need to bring up the reliability and quality of my transmission grid to be able to have such a dramatic reduction of generation up north. So the real drive of this transmission, of course, deferred maintenance stuff, is really mass compliance up north.
Okay. Well, we'll discuss that topic in more depth tomorrow. The question that I have for Ms. Sanchez at the moment is whether or not that transmission work requires permitting, and if so, whether that transmission work is fully permitted.
That transmission work requires permitting. It's a simpler process because from what I understand, if I'm not wrong, you correct me, that there's part of that work that is just like replacing or improving.
I mean, we can discuss this more tomorrow with the transmission people, but it's basically we're about insulator, pole replacements, the same line maintenance. It's a very simple permit process, if any is required.
Okay.
New lines would be a separate issue, but we're talking about pretty much existing lines and reconstruction of existing lines.
So what I'm trying to get at in this line of questioning is whether or not permitting for the transmission work would be likely to lead to delays in that transmission work. And I'm understanding from your answer that that is unlikely.
That is unlikely.
Like,
Sanchez, good morning.
Oh, yes. Good morning.
This is Commissioner Rivera. I have one question regarding permits. It says here that on the same figure, ATAC 1, that the permitting requirement, the permitting process will start, like Dr. Horowitz said, around December of this year, January of next year. Will that be considered a fractioning of the entire project for the purposes of permitting?
You mean for the repowering?
Yes.
No, I don't think it's a fragmentation or segmenting of the process of the permit, because the permit right now is directed towards the acquiring a way to receive LNG. And obviously, if I have the LNG, I have to convert the unit so that I can use it. Any changes, eventual changes to the configuration of the units would be a separate permit process.
Okay, thanks.
So I only have 2 more questions on permitting. Can you describe the staffing requirements for staff at PREPA that's needed for the permitting process to be completed expeditiously?
The staffing required at PREPA? Well, there is a department which Mrs. Indira Mohib is the manager of that department, which has the staff that is needed to address these permits, but it also must be clarified that most of the permits are being done by Accelerate. It's contracted under that's why there's the budget that was approved by the Commission to continue the permitting process, and part of that is what Accelerate is doing.
So
PREPA is like a support, and some of the permits that must be dealt by directly by PREPA, then those are the ones that are worked on PREPA, but also with the support of Accelerate.
Does PREPA currently have enough staff devoted to this process to avoid PREPA's bandwidth being something that would put delays on the project's progress?
There is enough staff for the process to move ahead without any delays due to that.
Okay. And can you comment a little bit on just your overall assessment of the likelihood of delays in the permitting process?
That is a very difficult question, because any delays in the process, as has happened up to this time, are not because of PREPA or because of Accelerate, are because of decisions made in the agencies, or because challenges that have been presented at the different forum. So I would expect that at this time, all that has been discussed with the agencies, I would say that every possible situation or challenge has been addressed, and we would hope that the most likely scenario is that we would have all the permits at the worst by December this year, by the end of December.
Okay, I just want to ask this question with a little bit of a finer point. When we were here over a year ago for the IRP oral argument, we were told by Sonia Miranda at that time that the permitting process for AOGP would be completed in 3 months from that time. When we were here last December, we were also told that the permitting process for AOGP would be completed 3 months from that time. what, if anything, is different about the situation now than the situation a year ago and last December?
I would say that what's different is what I mentioned, that we have gone through all the possible questionings and challenges that the permits could face, and that let's put it this way, I would be very surprised if they come up with something new now, because we have discussed every possible scenario for the permits. But I wouldn't put my head up for it, because if something happens, then I would be lying to you. But from our experience and from what we've gone through with the project, I would expect that we are going to get the permits not later than December this year. But if I'm 100%, if I can't assure that 100%, no, I cannot do that. Okay. 80%, maybe.
Okay. Thank you. I think we're going to move on to some questions about financing, which I believe are mostly under Mr. Padilla. Can you describe the current financing status of the project?
Good morning. The current finance status for the Aguirre offshore gas port has not been determined. We're currently seeking, under the restructuring support agreement with our creditors, various financing structures, alternatives that are within the context of the fiscal plan, that are within the context of PREPA's vision under the fiscal plan, and that's under PREPA's capability and the cash flow projection within our fiscal plan, based on the new assumptions.
Do I understand your response to mean that PREPA's preferred financing option for the project is to include debt related to AOGP under the RSA, under the issuance of bonds under the RSA?
No.
Okay.
My question was more directed into, my answer was more directed into the various alternatives that on financing that would be available under the RSA, which would not be limited. As of right now, PREPA has no access to capital markets. Therefore, the financing alternatives are more reduced.
Can you run down all of the different financing options that PREPA would be considering at this point and describe what would be required for PREPA to achieve each of those options?
Sure. Well, one of them, and let's start with the basic one, would be a self-revenue financing, which would be strategically looked into from PREPA's operational revenues. That would be one alternative. Second alternative would be continue pursuing with the DOE application. Another alternative would be seek help or seek assistance within third parties, not to be exclusively stating that it would be from assistance from creditor funding or from DIP financing.
Sorry, can you say the last one again?
DIP financing, debtor in possession financing. It's a form of financing within within organizations with liquidity and financial constraints.
So,
among others, that could arise, but these are the alternatives that we strategically have been thinking within the fiscal plan, along with our advisors.
Okay, and so if I'm understanding you correctly, inclusion of AOGP related debt in inclusion of AOGP related debt in the transition charge was not one of the options that you mentioned.
Can you repeat? Can you state again?
Inclusion, if I'm understanding you correctly, is it correct to say that inclusion of AOGP related debt in the transition charge is not one of the options that you mentioned?
No, I cannot state that for a fact. When we take into consideration the cash flows, also within the trend, well, let me take one step back. Within the transition charge that was presented to the Energy Commission, it was to refinance the current debt.
Right, but I mean within the transition charge mechanism.
Oh, correct. I mean, it would be one alternative that we would look into.
Okay.
Strategically, yes.
So that's an alternative that you would consider. It is not one of the alternatives that you listed a second ago when I asked you to list.
Yes.
Okay. And how would PREPA evaluate which of those options is the most preferred?
I think there are various conditions that need to be met prior to that. One of them would be the agreement with creditors, the certification of a.
Sorry, one second. Thank you.
Certification of our fiscal plan that basically determine the outlay of the business model and the stream of cash flows that would be projected in order to begin reaching out for financing of the project.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, is it correct to say that PREPA cannot evaluate which financing option is the most favorable until after the close of the RSA?
Among other things, yes, that would be a correct statement.
Okay. Of the 5 different options that we've discussed so far, which include funding from revenues, the DOE loan guarantee program, third-party investment in the project, the debtor in possession model, and inclusion under the transition charge. Can you describe a little bit what would be required of PREPA for each of those options?
Can you be more specific as to what would be required?
What would PREPA have to demonstrate? What would PREPA have to apply for? Who would PREPA have to be talking to? What are the steps involved? That sort of thing.
Yes, one of the key components PREPA would have to demonstrate would be how the business model and the projection of revenues and the current cost structure would be enough, or would have enough liquidity in order to cover the financing of the project and the financing of the asset. I think that would be critical for any of the conversations that we would pursue with any of the strategic alternatives we would be evaluating. Number 2 would be what would be the terms and conditions from the commercial standpoint that would sustain reaching the best or the most effective cost, servicing schedule, and also the liquidity need required for the financing.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that in order to achieve any of these options, PREPA would have to make a convincing business case to whichever funder it was talking to and demonstrate sufficient liquidity. And then on PREPA's part, PREPA would have to evaluate the terms and conditions associated with that financing offer and ensure that it was sufficiently favorable.
Strategically, that would be the strategy to pursue.
Okay. Can you describe specifically what the steps are that PREPA would take if it was seeking to receive a loan guarantee from DOE? What is involved in the application for that from this point forward?
From this point forward, I think it's demonstrating and within the DOE application and what has been a challenge going forward has been PREPA's fiscal condition and also the surroundings within the central government and the fiscal condition also at the central government. So right now, one of the major steps here would be demonstrating to DOE how PREPA continues to improve within its financial condition, and where are the parameters the DOE would evaluate the loan guarantee within the context not only from PREPA, but also the macroeconomics involving the organization.
Mm-hmm. And is there anything different in terms of what you just said? Would any of that not apply to efforts to attract third-party investment or to go with a debtor in possession model?
I think there are different circumstances. There would be, it's a different stakeholder as well. DOE basically is pursuing specific projects within their context of the loan guarantees. When you look into other forms of financing, other stakeholders with other visions and other objectives look their financing in different ways. A debtor in possession is within a legal framework, within a restructuring and a bankruptcy process. Self-funding within revenues would enhance other mechanisms and other objectives. But I think each stakeholder or each process has its unique subjectives from both standpoints.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is what's the difference in terms of the level of effort required on PREPA's part and the timeline involved in each of these different financing options?
I think the level of effort would be, from the effort standpoint, it would be, I would categorize it at the same.
Okay. And the timeline is the same also, or you would expect that to be different?
I think that PREPA needs to meet certain milestones within its current restructuring process. I think once those milestones and those events are defined, or we have outcomes from them, we would have a more definitive timeline in terms of the financing.
When would your current best expectation be of when PREPA will hit those milestones?
I would say after there's an agreement on the restructuring support agreement, and after there is a decision from the fiscal control board as to how to pursue within the fiscal plan. That would be one milestone that would give us a better visibility going forward.
And when's the earliest that you would expect that to happen?
Well, what I can say is that as of now, we have a current restructuring support agreement with our creditors that expires tomorrow. That would basically trigger a series of events. As of now, that would be the earliest one would be that one.
That's assuming that it doesn't get extended.
Exactly.
Okay. So the absolute earliest that could happen is starting tomorrow.
Correct. If I would put it within that context, yes.
And then what's your best expectation of when that would happen?
From an expectation standpoint within the financing, and based on the latest conversations we have had with our advisors, we would be seeking into the second semester of the natural year, and to be in a better position how to be pursuing the financing. And when I say the second semester, is between July and December
of this calendar year.
Of this calendar year.
Okay. So you would expect to be in a position to seek financing on AOGP?
I would expect to be in a better strategic position to pursue that financing within that time period.
Okay. And then you would expect the process of acquiring financing for the project to take approximately how long?
I couldn't respond. I wouldn't have a categorical response to the question, because depending on the financing alternative would be the timeline.
And where does acquisition of financing lie on the critical path for the project?
In terms of which, can be more specific?
At what point does PREPA's not having financing cause a delay in the project?
I would have to say that at the very earliest stages, right after right after the design component. Basically, it's on the cash flow projection that has been approved by the Energy Commission, based on the initial design for construction. We would have to begin looking. That would be one of the initial. The end of that timeline would be when it would be becoming more critical.
So essentially, once you spend out the $15 million cap, then the fact that you don't have financing becomes a problem.
And it would cause delays. I mean, that's the conservative approach. That would be the conservative approach.
Has PREPA spent, how much of that $15 million cap has PREPA spent to date?
Very, very limited. When I see the very limited, I would have to get back on the exact amount, but it's very, very, very limited.
Let me answer in Spanish, please. La cantidad que se ha utilizado desde que se emitió la resolución de la Comisión de Energía, una bien limitada que eso se ha limitado a los trabajos de consultoría legal para el proceso de permisos, no de los contratos de servicios profesionales. Y eso puede estar ascendiendo actualmente como a menos de $100,000. Otros costos serían de diseño, pero el diseño todavía no ha comenzado. Que para eso se aprobó una enmienda al contrato por la cantidad de $9.25 millones. Que esos serían los gastos básicamente que estarían comprometidos actualmente.
So we'll get back to this question about that contract amendment in a second. I want to finish these questions on financing. For each of the options the financing options that we've been discussing, does PREPA envision itself being the entity that would, I apologize if I get the terminology wrong, that would issue that debt under those options?
I see it very difficult for PREPA as an entity to be issuing.
What entity do you think would be issuing that debt?
As of, I wouldn't be in a position to answer. But what I can say is that the access to a capital market from PREPA as an organization would be extremely challenging.
Could the PREPA Revitalization Corporation issue that debt?
It would be one alternative.
Is that the most likely alternative?
It would be high in the list.
What else would be high on the list?
As an example, if you go with DIP financing or debtor in possession, that could be likely for it to be against a PREPA asset or parts of the balance sheet. As an example, if we would pursue a creditor type of funding, then that would be looked into other assets. But PREPA as an organization, I see it extremely challenging.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on the debtor in possession model and just explain a little bit more what's involved in that?
Structurally, how a debtor in possession model works is they have the highest claim in revenue once it's court approved, once there's a financing court approved. That's theoretically and that's theoretically how it would work under a financial challenging organization.
And the antecedent of that is that the bondholders? Who is it that would have the highest claim on the revenues?
It would be the entity or the issuer. It could be bondholders, but it could be another party.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, it's basically saying that if PREPA gets external financing for AOGP, that in terms of the queue on getting repaid, they would go to the front of the line under this model.
Under this model, that would be theoretically how it would work.
Okay. What's the difference to ratepayers of the debt being held by PREPA versus the PREPA Revitalization
The cost of
Corporation?
capital would be certainly the largest one.
The understanding there being that PrepArc would have a lower cost of capital?
No, PREPA would have a higher cost of capital. The SPV would have a lower cost of capital. The SPV would be a more.
Right, sorry.
Sure.
I abbreviated it. That the Revitalization Corporation
Correct.
would have a lower cost of capital.
Yes.
Okay. Can you estimate approximately what the cost of capital would be for PREPA at the moment versus the Revitalization Corporation?
I would not be able to.
Okay. The financing assumptions that PREPA made in this analysis, which of those models that we discussed would you say that those financing assumptions most closely approximate, if any?
Certainly, we did assume self revenues. That was one assumption. Can you repeat the question? I just want to be sure that I'm answering exactly what you were.
Let me open up that report again. See if I can pull up those assumptions.
We want to stop his interrogatory at the moment and continue in a later, probably in the afternoon, or I don't know how we're going to deal with this.
Se tiene que ir en 15 minutos.
Just take a telephone call outside this conference call. So he can return in 15, 20 to 20 minutes. So he will be available for the afternoon if we want to continue his interrogatory. Pero ya son las 12 casi. Ah, okay.
Let's stop at this.
He will be out just from 15 to 20 minutes, so he will return. I think the break, the lunch break is around 1.
What we can do now is let's take a 10-minute break so everyone can go to the bathroom or whatever, and we'll stop. And then in the afternoon after lunch, we'll start again with the questions. And then after the 10-minute break, we'll continue with other witnesses from PREPA.
Okay.
So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back it's 11:20 at 11:30. And then we'll break for lunch at 1.
Okay.
Thank you. It's 11:37 in the morning, and we restart the technical hearing for the Aguirre side economic analysis proceeding.
So we'll come back to financing questions when Mr. Padilla is available again. In the meantime, we're going to move on to contracts, which I believe is mostly under Mr. Carlos Rivera. Is that correct? Okay. So my first questions on this are about the staging of the design and engineering versus the fabrication and installation process for AOGP. And the very first question that I have, I believe, is fairly simple. Can you refer to attachment 1 to ROI 1-1 in this proceeding, which is the most current Gantt chart for the project. It's not the one that was printed and handed out, to be clear. The one that was printed and handed out was from the rate case. Yep. You have it? Can you refer to the red line that says fabrication? Can you please read the start date on that line?
Eh, 3 de octubre del 17.
I believe that's a different date than what I have on the copy in front of me.
Ah, ok, fue que anteriormente por error, un error de typo, había 3 de octubre del 17.
Okay. So what it says on the document that was submitted to the commission is October 3rd of 2016. Is that date correct?
Esa fecha no está correcta. No está correcta.
Okay. And the correct date is October 3rd of 2017.
Esa es la fecha correcta, 3 de octubre del 2017.
So I'm understanding from your answer that fabrication has not begun for the project.
Es correcto.
Will AOGP be fully designed before the installation and fabrication of the project commence?
Las actividades de diseño tienen una duración aproximada de 9 meses. Para comenzar a fabricar es necesario de que se emita la orden de proceder. Específicamente el full notice to proceed.
So fabrication can't commence before the full notice to proceed is issued. Is that correct?
Eso es correcto.
So on the document that I have in front of me from this case, the full notice to proceed is marked at the end of February of 2018. And I believe you just stated that fabrication is slated to begin in October of 2017.
Eso dice en el documento.
Is that accurate as to the intended staging of the project?
Bueno, según se ha ido atrasando el proceso de permisos, pues obviamente esas fechas pues ya se vuelven poco realistas. Al momento que se dio esa fecha, se entendía de que que se podía dar la orden de proceder de tal manera de que se pudiera cumplir con esa fecha.
So you said a moment ago that fabrication can't begin until the full notice to proceed is issued. However, this planning document has fabrication beginning prior to the issuance of the full notice to proceed, but after the issuance of the limited notice to proceed. Can you reconcile those two representations of the staging of the project?
Bueno, lo que pasa es que en el schedule, si vemos el milestone de Full Notice to Proceed, habla como, dice que para 1 de marzo de este año se tuvo que haber emitido el Full Notice to Proceed, para entonces poder comenzar en el 3 de octubre del 17 con la fabricación. Disculpa, que dice el 3 de marzo del 18. Pero cuando estamos hablando de fabricación, no necesariamente nos estamos refiriendo a los trabajos en sitio. Se pueden estar hablando de que se están entregando, haciendo los dibujos de taller, los planos de taller, que son actividades relacionadas a la fabricación, pero no envuelve la actividad de fabricación como tal, de construcción.
Is any actual physical fabrication or installation or construction of the project scheduled to begin prior to the finalization of the design of the project?
¿Podría repetir la pregunta?
In the plan that's presented here, are there any actual construction or installation activities, which we might describe as shovels in the ground or steel in the ground, that are scheduled to begin before the design of the project is actually finalized?
No.
So every step on, every line on this chart that represents steel in the ground activities, or in the water, I suppose, to a certain extent in this case, is scheduled to begin after the detailed design phases are over.
Luego de que se emita el Full Notice to Proceed. Porque puede haber diseño completado que nos permita a nosotros proceder con actividades de construcción. Ordenar materiales que son previos a la construcción.
So PREPA would order materials before the design of the project is finalized, but would not install those materials. Is that correct?
En el caso de lo que se considera los long lead items, esa es la intención del contrato, que se puedan ordenar.
What's represented by the line that's labeled installation on this chart?
Instalación se refiere a lo que sería como tal la construcción en sitio. Fabricación es lo que se hace, no necesariamente en su mayoría será hasta fuera de Puerto Rico. Toda la estructura del terminal. Fabricación de los equipos. No es construcción en sitio.
So on the printed document that was handed out, that's a previous version of this same Gantt chart. The installation phase is marked as commencing upon issuance of the notice to proceed, which I take to refer to the full notice to proceed, not the limited notice to proceed. However, on the schedule that was submitted in this case, in response to ROI 11, installation is marked as commencing approximately upon issuance of the limited notice to proceed. Which one of those representations is correct? Does installation begin when PREPA issues the limited or the full notice to proceed?
El contrato lo que contempla es que se comience la construcción en sitio luego del full notice to proceed.
Can you provide a reference to the clause of the contract? I'm assuming that this is the infrastructure agreement. Is that correct?
Sí, es correcto. Podríamos ir al exhibit, al schedule número 3, scope of work. La parte que se titula FNTP Works. Ahí describe todos los trabajos que están cobijados bajo el full notice to proceed.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, the work that would be under the infrastructure agreement, the work that would take place in between issuance of the limited notice to proceed and the full notice to proceed is limited to engineering and design activities and procurement of long lead time equipment only. And then the rest of the construction and installation phase, especially the in situ work, would take place after the full notice to proceed. Is that correct?
Eso es cierto.
Okay. Thank you. How did PREPA select Accelerate?
A pesar de que yo no estuve envuelto en el proceso de selección, es de mi conocimiento que se hizo un request for qualifications y luego de ese proceso se hizo un proceso de requerimiento de propuestas. Fueron evaluadas y se seleccionó Accelerate como la mejor alternativa. Pero yo no estuve envuelto en ese proceso, que no le podría dar más detalles sobre eso.
To your knowledge, were either cost or the abilities to control cost used as criteria in that selection process?
Bueno, según mi conocimiento, siempre el factor económico se usa un factor importante en la toma de decisiones en este tipo de procesos.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of whether or not PREPA used cost as one of the criteria to select Accelerate as compared to other bidders?
No he visto el documento de RFP, pero en la experiencia que yo he tenido, eso es uno de los elementos más importantes para evaluar cada propuesta. Si no es el que tiene más peso, es uno de los más que peso puede tener.
Is there somebody else from PREPA in the room that I should be asking about this process?
We're trying. Well, for Ivelisse Sanchez to come back to the room, she'll probably make a question to her, to
Okay.
Ivelisse.
Can you describe what provisions for cost control there are in PREPA's contracts with Accelerate and AOG?
Bueno, este contrato en particular provee para, en el Schedule 15 hay un que se llama el Project Capital Budget. Y en los casos donde el autor Accelerate no sobrepasa esas partidas que están asignadas en ese Schedule número 15, hay una vamos a decir un incentivo de que los ahorros que se logran en el proyecto se comparten. Y a medida de que, por el contrario, los trabajos sobrepasen, los renglones sobrepasen los límites establecidos en el Project Capital Budget, el margen de ganancia de Accelerate se reduce a medida se vaya alejando de ese lo que se conoce Project Cost Target. La referencia sería el schedule número 15 del contrato.
So, am I understanding you correctly to say that cost overruns on the project are the responsibility of Accelerate? Bueno, el margen de ellos se reduce a medida que se alejan del Project Capital Budget. Esto es un contrato de costo reembolsable y todo costo se evidencia. Sobre eso hay un margen lo que se conoce como el EOG fee establecido en el contrato, que puede variar, depende si se excede o queda por debajo de lo que está establecido en el schedule número 15. Pues ya es Capital Budget. So I'm going to give you an example with some numbers that I know are not accurate as to the project, just to make sure that I'm understanding the dynamic correctly. For any given line item, if Accelerate had quoted a cost in Schedule 15 of $100 million, and the actual cost of that budget item comes out to $150 million, does PREPA pay the extra $50 million, or does Accelerate pay the extra $50 million?
Hasta cierto punto el margen de ganancia se va reduciendo al punto de que llega un momento dado que ya no tienen más margen de ganancia sobre el exceso en costo. Podría buscarlo más específico en las definiciones del contrato, donde se define lo que es EOG fee, le dice cuál es el límite por el cual se puede ceder el Accelerate sin dejar de recibir margen de ganancia. Podría buscarlo ahora en el contrato.
Okay. Have there been any change orders agreed on between PREPA and Accelerate for the project?
Bueno, hubo lo que se llama un Work Order Authorization, donde se aumentó por 3.7 millones aproximadamente el margen del renglón de los permisos, los permitting costs, debido a las complicaciones que surgieron y los estudios adicionales que hubo que hacer durante la etapa de permiso.
Sorry, I'm trying to pull up the infrastructure agreement because I believe that change order is a defined term in that contract. In the meantime, I will ask you, would it be possible to get that work order, or please submit that work order to the Commission for the cost increase that you're referring to a moment ago?
Le puedo dar, sí, la copia del Work Order Authorization que se emitió para aumentar ese renglón de los permitting costs por una cantidad aproximada de 3.7 millones adicionales.
Great, thank you. Okay, so where I'm referring to about this question of change orders is under Section 37.1 of the infrastructure agreement. And under subsection E of that portion of the contract, it says PREPA shall pay any capital cost that is 1, contemplated by the project capital budget, 2, contemplated by a subcontract that has been approved by PREPA, 3, contemplated by a change order, 4, reasonably incurred and necessary for the works, 5, incurred in the case of an emergency, 6, expressly permitted by the terms hereof, or 7, authorized by PREPA's project manager pursuant to an excess cost authorization. So let me step back for a second and ask which of those items might imply or entail an increase in the cost of AOGP?
De las que mencionó, según recuerdo, que sean necesarias para realizar o continuar con la obra. En este caso, si no se aumentaba el costo de los permisos, pues para hacer esos estudios adicionales, el proceso de permiso se detenía.
Did Accelerate submit an excess cost authorization or authorization request to you for that permitting cost increase?
Se radicó un documento que firmamos las partes. Work Order Authorization.
Okay, and that's the document that we just requested.
Es correcto.
Have there been any other such authorizations that contemplated an increase in the project's cost?
Ninguna, que aumente el costo del proyecto, ninguna otra, hasta el momento.
So if I look at Schedule 15 and I compare that cost to the cost estimate used in this case, the total cost of AOGP should be the same as what's in Schedule 15, except for this 3-some million that you just mentioned for permitting.
Debe ser lo que es el Schedule 15 más los 3.7 millones adicionales. Eso está detalladamente descrito en el Work Order Authorization. ¿Qué renglón fue el que aumentó y cuánto aumentó el Project Capital Budget a consecuencia de ese aumento en el renglón de permiso?
It's my understanding from the rate case that at some point horizontal drilling was added to the project as a cost at about $24 million. Was there a change order or a work order authorization or any other documentation of that change?
No ha habido una orden de cambio formal para incluir los costos del HDD dentro del Project Capital Budget. Los 24 millones se refiere a fue un estimado que nos dio Accelerate de acuerdo a su experiencia de cuánto podía costar un HDD de la longitud que se tenía que realizar en el proyecto.
Do you expect that Accelerate will at some point give you a firm cost estimate and that you will then issue a work order authorization for that cost?
Eso es correcto.
We're also going to request as a document to be submitted any written communications that document that communication with Accelerate about that cost estimate. Is Accelerate's damages related to the project, is there a limitation on those, and is the limitation the one that you mentioned a moment ago relating to their profit margin?
¿Podría repetir la pregunta?
If Accelerate acts in a way that causes there to be negligently or irresponsibly incurred costs on the project, is there a limit to Accelerate's financial responsibility for those costs?
Ellos tienen que responder por todos los daños que causen en caso de cualquier asunto que implique negligencia o errores que ellos cometan durante el diseño o la construcción.
Okay. But, and do you have a reference in the contract to where that would be?
La podría buscar, pero actualmente no le puedo decir exactamente dónde.
That's okay, thanks. So, if I'm understanding you correctly, if Accelerate acts in a way that causes an increase in cost due to errors or negligence, they are responsible for all of that increase in cost. However, if the costs increase without negligence or errors on the part of Accelerate, the amount that Accelerate pays over that is limited to their profit margin, and they essentially can't take a loss on the project if they act responsibly.
Si actuaron responsablemente, no pueden asumir la pérdida por eso.
Now that Ms. Sanchez is here, we're going to go back to a couple of questions about the process of selecting Accelerate for AOGP. Do you know if when PREPA was evaluating bidders for this project?
I'm going to save you from asking those questions because I have no information on that.
Okay.
That was something that was done, from what I understand, outside of PREPA, in the governmental, in the development bank. And I came on board on the project on August 2011 when the process before FERC was starting. So I don't know anything about the selection of Accelerate.
Your understanding is that the GDB oversaw or ran the process of selecting Accelerate?
Yes, but this is something that I know from hearsay. I have no actual knowledge of that.
Who at PREPA would be the right person to ask
I think
about
that
this
everybody that would be the right person to ask has already retired.
Okay. Moving on from that topic, I have some questions about O&M. To what extent are the operations and maintenance costs contemplated in the time charter agreement and the terminal agreement dependent on gas throughput at the facility, if at all?
No soy administrador de ¿Pregunta para mí? ¿Pregunta fue para mí? For me, the question? Okay.
Yes, that was a question for you.
Okay. Es que yo no soy el administrador del contrato de operación y mantenimiento. El que estaría a cargo de ese contrato todavía no ha sido designado.
So, sorry, if I'm understanding you correctly, there's
Yo soy el gerente del contrato de infraestructura, pero yo no soy el gerente del contrato de operación y mantenimiento. Detalles sobre los términos y condiciones de ese contrato, no soy la persona adecuada para contestar las preguntas relacionadas a operación y mantenimiento.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, there's nobody at PREPA who is in charge at the moment of the contracts for operations and maintenance of the FSRU and of the terminal itself.
That's correct.
When would such a person be appointed?
No soy la persona a cargo de hacer ese nombramiento, no le podría contestar.
Okay.
Excuse me, Dr. Horowitz. Was there somebody at any point managing that contract? I understand that the position is vacant right now, but before the position became vacant, was there anybody in charge of managing that contract?
Si se puede, antes de hablar, identificar para el récord.
Yes, for the record, José Vázquez Vera, Project Superintendent for the Engineering and Technical Services Division at PREPA.
Y puede declarar que todo lo que va a decir es verdad y de su propio personal conocimiento.
Lo juro.
Gracias.
Okay, at this moment, and basically because of the stage where the project is right now, there's no appointed manager of that the O&M contract. And the PREPA employees did work in the negotiations for the contract and all the terms and conditions. PREPA employees with their associated legal advisors worked that contract and negotiated all the terms and conditions that are included in it. Okay, but so far, because PREPA is concentrating in the infrastructure portion of the Aguirre offshore gas port, the infrastructure contract manager has been appointed, and it's Mr. Carlos Rivera.
So right now there is nobody in PREPA that can answer questions regarding the contract that is actually going to be in place for the length, or well, this is what, 15 years?
Yeah, if the commission...
Hold on a second. For the length of 15 years, that is the actual operation of this asset that we're discussing here, and there is nobody in PREPA that can answer these type of questions for the commission.
Yes, there is. I can answer those type of questions, but not right now because I haven't been appointed to that. Okay? I need more time from the Energy Commission to go back to the contract and go through all the terms and conditions, go through all the negotiation meetings that were held on it in order to be able to answer all the questions that you may have regarding the O&M contract. Or if the commission so prefers, and if it is able to, we can try to contact personnel from PREPA who is right now retired, because most of the people who negotiated the contract retired, to come and talk to the Energy Commission regarding the terms and conditions that were negotiated.
We'll make a determination on that later on today.
Okay.
So let me make sure I'm absolutely clear about this. There's nobody in this hearing room right now, in this hearing that the purpose of which is to discuss an economic analysis of AOGP, that's qualified to discuss a line item worth $77 million a year.
Right now?
Right
regarding the O&M contract? Okay. 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 If you're referring to the $77 million contract?
I'm referring to the line labeled regasification fixed costs at AOGP in PREPA's financial model, which it has been explained to us represents O&M on the terminal and on the FSRU. And those costs were elaborated upon in the attachment to ROI 4-6.
Okay, Engineer Roberto Acosta can better answer you those questions. Certainly, I can deal with everything related to the terms and conditions of the O&M contract. But if you are asking specifically about the allocation of funding to the contract, Engineer Roberto Acosta will provide you the answers.
So let me ask a slightly different question. Mr. Rivera, in terms of including those costs in the financial model, who gave you those costs?
These were provided by Accelerate.
By Accelerate?
Yes.
And PREPA are retired.
And retired PREPA employees.
Okay. What I want to do at the moment is go through the questions that I have on the O&M contracts, and to the extent that the people present can answer those questions, please do. And then to the extent that those questions need to be supplemented in writing expeditiously, then we'll be looking for that as well.
Okay.
Okay. To any of your knowledge, do any of the O&M costs contemplated at AOGP?
Give me a second. Can Mr. Roberto Acosta, identify himself.
Hi, Roberto Acosta, engineer from the Planning Division of PREPA.
Y puede jurar que todo lo que va a decir es verdad de su propio personal conocimiento.
Te juro.
Gracias.
To any of your knowledge, are any of the O&M costs contemplated in either the time charter agreement or the terminal O&M agreement? Do those costs vary at all with throughput, gas throughput at the terminal?
Can you repeat the question again?
Do any of the O&M costs at AOGP vary with gas throughput at the terminal?
You mean with the gas output? Throughput?
With the amount of gas that comes through the terminal in that year?
The answer is yes.
Which of those costs?
The fuel consumption of the FSRU that will depend on the throughput.
Do any of those costs vary with inflation?
We have, according to the contracts, two of the costs will escalate. We'll use an escalation of CPI in some of the cases. We revise those with our legal advisors. Those are the O&M in the TCP contract, is the time charter contract, and the management fee in the O&M agreement. Those two are contemplated to use an escalation according to the agreement.
Considering that, do you consider it a realistic representation of the O&M costs associated with AOGP to model it at a constant nominal value for the next 20 years?
No, the answer should be no, because that will vary depending on the escalation that we use. There are other segments identified in the estimate provided by done by Accelerate and retired PREPA employees at that time that will depend on the current situation on a specific year. Not that will vary going upward or downward. So those segments, we should keep them more or less fixed. Like the one, the big one here is the charter hire. It's like a 40 millions per year. That is not subject to any escalation. But there are some that could change this number throughout the 20-year study period that we completed here, specifically the O&M for the TCP and the O&M for the in the O&M, the management fee. Management fee in the O&M agreement.
So, do you have any explanation, considering that response, for why the full set of O&M related fees for AOGP were modeled as being a constant nominal value for 20 years?
I don't have an answer for that. That was used in the original or in the base IRP, in the supplemental IRP, and then we got the spreadsheets to complete this study, and we left that number as was used previously.
Would you consider that to be an error in the analysis?
Could be. We could revise that in the analysis in order to have a better updated results. Yep.
If you revised it, what do you think the approximate impact would be on the calculation?
I already
of the value
did
of
an exercise, an internal exercise in PREPA when we saw the request of information from, I think was from ARTAS. When we look at the information, we got insight of those details, and we found out that there are some items that needs escalation from year to year, and I did an exercise, an internal exercise with that AOGP fee, and that will represent from the original. I think it's like in the present value. I think it's like I really don't have the number. I need to check in the documents that I have the effect of that, but it's less in the present value. I think it's less than 100 millions, and that will not change the output of the study because the difference or the gap between AOGP versus no AOGP is of more than $3 billion. So in terms of the present value, that will not change the results.
Okay. Can you refer to the attachment to PREPA's response to our ROI 4-6?
I don't see, ¿lo tienen allí? ¿Lo tienes ese allí, Gregory? No lo tengo. There is a request of information from the Commission?
Yes.
The number 4?
The fourth set,
Okay.
the sixth question in that set.
Okay. Okay.
Can you refer to lines 6 and 8 of that document? So the line 6 is labeled O&M for the FSRU, and line 8 is labeled pass-through estimate. And the notes attached to those values for the O&M line cite that back to the time charter agreement, Schedule 4, Part 2, Paragraph 1, which describes a fixed operating cost. And line 8 of that document describes that as being cited to Schedule 4, Part 2, Paragraph 3, and then states, if the operating cost component is elected as non-fixed charge basis, estimated variable pass-through costs. Are those two lines duplicative?
Can you please repeat the question?
Are those two lines duplicative?
The one of the pass-through estimate of the FSRU.
Right. So what I mean is, the way that I read Part 2 of Schedule 4 is describing a choice in front of PREPA as that PREPA can only elect a single option of. Either PREPA elects to have fixed O&M costs, fixed costs with a 5-year reopener, or non-fixed costs that will be treated as a pass-through. Considering that interpretation, it seems duplicative to have two different cost mechanisms included in the estimate of the FSRU O&M. So that's what I'm asking. Are these costs duplicative?
Esa no la puedo contestar. No tengo conocimiento de eso.
If you want, you can submit those questions in writing, so we can answer those questions in a later date. Since you are referring to a specific article or clause in the contract, probably it will be better for us to respond to those questions in writing.
That's okay, but let me go through this chain of reasoning here, and then you can verify in the contract whether or not my interpretation is correct, and then answer that in writing.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So if it is the case that Schedule 4, Part 2 of the Time Charter Agreement sets forth mutually exclusive options for how O&M fees will be charged to PREPA, one of those options being fixed for the entire contract term, a second option being fixed for 5 years with a 5-year reopener, and the third option being variable as a pass-through. In that case, would it be inappropriately duplicative to include both fixed and pass-through charges in the calculation of O&M for the FSRU?
I believe that the pass-through costs are not the same cost line items as the ones that are included in Part 2. We can revisit it. I assisted negotiating this contract 5 years ago, and I'm kind of remembering this Part 2, the operating cost component calculation. But I believe that here we are talking about the fixed charges, what are supposed to be fixed charges. If PREPA is supposed to not elect neither number one, which is the fixed charge basis, none the fixed charge reopener, but goes to the non-fixed charge basis, then the pass-through costs will add to them as they will add to either the fixed or either the fixed with the reopener. But I need to make the disclaimer that I will need to go back to it to revisit it. What it seems to me there are two separate cost items. Pass-through costs are more related to consumables.
Okay, the reason that I'm asking is because in the ROI response, they're both labeled as OCC, as operating cost component.
Well, they are still operating costs because the fixed cost for the one who operates the AOGP is still an operating cost, as pass-through costs are too. Both costs are operating costs. You can have them fixed plus the pass-through cost, or you can have them non-fixed plus the pass-through cost. It is good. It is important for us for you to ask all the questions that you need to, because if we need to go back to revisit this, So we will better answer your questions if you still have doubt about it.
Yeah. So I'm looking at paragraph 3 of Schedule 4, Part 2 of the time charter agreement, which is the section that the pass-through estimate is cited to. And this is on page 143 of the, right? So the heading to that section says, in the event PREPA notifies Accelerate that it requires the operating cost component to be calculated on the non-fixed charge basis, then Accelerate shall invoice PREPA for the actual costs of the OPEX elements. And then it says, where the non-fixed charge basis applies, the operating cost component shall be subject to a reconciliation process as follows, and then it describes the steps of the reconciliation process. So that, in my interpretation, describes pretty clearly a situation in which that reconciliation process and those non-fixed charges apply only when PREPA has told Accelerate that it will not be using the fixed charge basis. So in that case, I'm confused as to how PREPA could be using the fixed charge basis and the non-fixed charge basis in its calculations as are shown in the ROI response 4-6.
I understand your question, but part 2 relates that you choose one or the other.
Right.
Not both.
Right.
What I am thinking is that the pass-through cost component is different, but I may have to check.
Okay. So what I'm understanding from you is that it's possible that that line 8 on the ROI response is cited to an incorrect part of the contract, that it's actually referring to something else than the calculation of the OCC on a non-fixed charge basis.
That's probably right. We may have to check, and we will get back to you.
Okay. So my last question on O&M for the moment is whether or not there are any interactions with or requirements of any fuel contract that PREPA would enter into for LNG supplies based on its existing O&M contracts with Accelerate and AOG. To clarify that, what I mean is, are there any restrictions on the quality and specification of the gas that's delivered to AOGP, the quantity of the gas that's delivered to AOGP, the timing of the gas deliveries to AOGP, the vessel in which gas is delivered to AOGP, or any other element of gas delivery that might be contemplated in a gas supply contract that's restricted on the basis of the existing time charter and terminal operation agreements.
We can answer that question in writing.
Okay.
Okay.
Since there have been a few questions regarding that topic, so we would prefer to answer those questions in writing, so we can go back to the contract and to speak with the people with personal knowledge about that specific topic.
Okay. My next set of questions is about the interaction between the LNTP and the FNTP. So I believe that goes back to Mr. Rivera. Just as a big picture question, I believe we went over this to some extent in the rate case, but I just want to get a clear answer on it. Would PREPA agree that it cannot and will not issue either the LNTP or the FNTP without explicit approval from the Commission?
No soy la persona que toma la decisión, pero entiendo que no es posible por las actividades que están cobijadas bajo el NTP, de que no procederías a menos que se revierta la orden de la comisión. ¿Me habló del NTP?
Either.
Bueno, cualquier actividad que esté bajo el NTP o el FNTP que conlleve tareas que no sean ni diseño ni permisos, como la que está actualmente limitada en la orden, la autoridad pues no estaría ávida para poder emitir para dar cualquiera de esas órdenes.
Okay.
Estaría limitado por la orden de la comisión.
Is there anything in PREPA's contracts with Accelerate that in PREPA's understanding would require PREPA to have obtained all regulatory approvals, or would prevent PREPA from proceeding given directives to the contrary from a regulatory body?
¿Podría repetir la pregunta?
To your knowledge, is there anything in the infrastructure agreement that would prevent PREPA, or that PREPA would interpret as preventing it from proceeding with either the LNTP or the FNTP given a directive not to proceed from the Commission?
No hay una disposición como tal. Sí, estamos limitados simplemente por la orden de la comisión, pero por el contrato de infraestructura no estamos limitados.
Under what conditions does PREPA plan to issue the LNTP and the FNTP?
Eso es una decisión que no la tomo yo a mi nivel.
At whose level is it made?
A nivel de director ejecutivo y la alta gerencia de PREPA.
Do you know under what conditions PREPA would decide not to issue the LNTP and the FNTP?
No sabría decir, no es mi decisión de verdad.
Do you know if there are any circumstances under which PREPA would decide not to issue the FNTP or the LNTP?
Y Meli Sánchez, para fines de récord, sí hay otras limitaciones que son fuera de la other limitations that are not based on the contract and are due to PREPA's economic and financial situation, because we would have to acquire the authorization from the bondholders and from under the fiscal plan also. So it's not just a PREPA decision, it's a decision that has to be taken through the ropes of the restructuring process that we're going through.
And also, in addition, elaborating, Fernando Padilla to record. There's also within our reporting requirements and our cash management strategy, we do have to budget and contemplate, as Mrs. Sanchez stated, for these disbursements.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're basically saying PREPA can't issue either the LNTP or the FNTP if it doesn't have the cash.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you, Mr. Carlos Rivera, I believe, can you discuss a little bit what the timelines are that PREPA envisions between now and issuance of the LNTP, and between issuance of the FNTP and issuance of the LNTP and issuance of the FNTP? Sorry, let me rephrase that. About how long does PREPA envision it taking at the moment from the present day to issue the LNTP, and then after that, about how long in addition would it take to issue the FNTP?
Bueno, según el último schedule que se sometió a la comisión, la autoridad tiene programado emitir el NTP para septiembre de este año. Según contrato, la autoridad tendría, a partir de la emisión del Limited Notice to Proceed, hasta 180 días para emitir el Full Notice to Proceed.
Sorry.
Serían 6 meses después del Limited Notice to Proceed.
Okay.
Sería para marzo de 2018. Y el Mechanical Completion estaría 395 días después del Full Notice to Proceed.
Can you cite to the place in the contract where that 6-month window is set?
De memoria no, pero creo que es la sección 3.2, pero podemos buscarla ahora. Permiso. En la página 34 del contrato de infraestructura, sesión 3.3, D, triple I, perdón, doble I, double I.
Okay. So the way that I'm reading that portion of the contract is to state that after 180 days, after all of the permits have been obtained, financial close has. I'm trying to get a sense of what the steps in the timeline are here. My interpretation of this is that after 180 days, either PREPA or AOG can terminate the infrastructure agreement if the FNTP has not been issued. Is that correct?
Eso sería una opción.
Can that be extended at all, to your knowledge?
Sí, en acuerdo entre las partes. No hay una obligación si se exceden los 180 días y no se ha emitido el full notice to proceed de dar terminación al contrato. Es un derecho que se reserva a las partes.
Okay. Does PREPA still anticipate issuing the LNTP in September of this calendar year?
Bueno, lo que se proveyó en ese momento era basado que los permisos no estuvieran en el estatus como están actualmente, que esperamos tener los permisos para finales de este año. Debo entender que esta fecha debe ser posterior a lo que está, la fecha actual debe ser posterior a lo que está presentado en el schedule que se sometió a la comisión.
What's the earliest?
Dado el retraso que ha habido en los permisos.
What's the earliest at this point that PREPA could envision issuing the LNTP?
En julio del próximo año.
July of 2018. My understanding is that it takes about 18 months from the issuance of the LNTP for the project to come online. Is that correct?
Correcto.
So
para
in
ser
your
más
under
exacto, 575 días.
So in your understanding, the earliest that AOGP could come online is in the range of December 2019, January 2020. Is that right?
Diciembre. Eso sería, ahí estaría cerca la fecha.
And
give us a second here, please. ¿Para cuándo nosotros tenemos?
Con permiso, ¿nos permite hacer una corrección a lo que se dijo hace unos momentos atrás?
Yes.
Ok, dado el retraso de los permisos, la nueva fecha que esperamos para que se emita el Limited Notice to Proceed es febrero del próximo año. No sería julio como se dijo anteriormente.
Which would imply a fall 2019 online date. Is that correct?
Es correcto.
Mr. Gregory Rivera, does that fall within the scope of the delay, the cost of delay calculation that you submitted in the economic analysis?
It does, but it's not quite the whole year. This would be about 6 months delay.
I'm going to ask a couple of other big picture questions about contracting. Although one of them, it might require some additional context that we'll get to after lunch. Then the questions that I have after lunch for contracting pertain to contracts for the gas conversions and contracts for professional services associated with the project. I understand that those might be in the same situation as the O&M contracts, that there's basically nobody at PREPA who is in charge of those at the moment, or that that person maybe is not here. But those are the...
Just proceed, ask the question, we'll do our best here.
Okay. And then we'll also circle back to Mr. Padilla with financing questions. So the big picture questions that I have are similar to the question for Ms. Sanchez. Does your department have all of the staff that it would need to complete this project expeditiously?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Are there enough contract managers at PREPA and related staff that the project, if approved, could proceed without the availability of staff at PREPA causing delays, or the lack of availability of staff at PREPA?
I would say that we are tight on personnel, but we have enough not to cause delays.
Does that pertain to both permitting and contracting?
Yes.
How many people could you lose before it would cause delays?
How many people could we lose? I don't think there's a risk of losing anybody regarding the contract administration, right?
Es correcto.
But that's not what
Hay
I'm
personal
asking.
suficiente para atender, administrar y inspeccionar el proyecto.
Okay. And do you have what I'm trying to get at is whether or not that's a robust staffing situation, whether you have enough staff, regardless of what you're considering right now to be the risk of additional retirements, whether you have enough staff that if additional people retired or left for another reason, that you would still be in a good position to be able to complete the project. And if not, whether due to staffing requirements or whether due to succession planning and knowledge transfer. And if you would not be in a position to be able to complete the project if more people left, how many people would have to leave before that situation would arise? And what would be PREPA's plan to deal with that?
Well, as we are staffed right now, we have enough people to cover all the needs of the project. I could not answer. It would be speculation if I start trying to figure out if we would, because I don't know, maybe there's an earthquake in Puerto Rico and everybody decides to leave, so really what we have now, it's enough to handle the project. That's all I can say.
And how many people do you have now?
Well, we have in the permitting area, we have about 6 people. Bueno, incluyendo la misión, 6 people. And on the contract management area, we have like 4 or 5.
Bueno, entre ingenieros supervisores, entre inspectores, contadores, tenemos aproximadamente como 12 personas.
Like 12.
Ingenieros de diseño.
And is that the figure that was submitted in response to our ROI about PREPA's internal staffing requirement for the project? That's that 12 people that you're referring to?
Es correcto.
And from the point of view of contracting, can you evaluate for me the potential for any further delays in the project? We've heard about the potential in terms of permitting, so I want to know about the potential in terms of contracting.
De contratación para personal adicional para la construcción.
What I'm asking is, Ms. Sanchez said previously that there are certain circumstances that could lead to additional delays in the in the permitting process. What I'm asking is whether or not there are circumstances that could lead to additional delays in the contracting process. With the context, note that I recognize that this may pertain to contracts for example, the gas conversions or professional services that we have not discussed yet.
Sí, aparte de lo que comúnmente puede pasar en los proyectos de construcción, algún asunto relacionado a different site conditions que puedan atrasar el proyecto, nosotros no prevemos que ocurra algún asunto durante la construcción o el diseño del proyecto que sea causa de atraso del itinerario establecido.
Okay, so we're gonna break for lunch. It's 1:02 p.m. and we'll get back here at 2:02 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We are gonna begin the afternoon session. It's 2:11 in the afternoon. And I'm gonna pass it to Dr. Horowitz so she can continue with the questioning.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to finish up this section on contracts and then move back into financing, assuming that you are able to stay, Mr. Pretty. Okay. So I'd like to, that was not the right one. No wonder. I'd like to refer to the attachment to CEPR AH0101 that we were referring to earlier, the breakdown of the AOGP budget. So in addition to the contracts with Accelerate or AOG that we discussed this morning, there are a variety of costs in this document associated with different work, some of which we understand to be already contracted, some of which we understand to be not yet contracted, and some of which we understand to be completed. So I just want to run through that and make sure that we have a thorough understanding of the status of all of this work. So I'm going to start with the gas conversions of the steam units and the combined cycle units. My understanding is that as of the conclusion of the rate case, PREPA had a contract with Alstom, a subsidiary of GE, for boiler materials for the steam unit conversion, which would be, if you're looking at an electronic version, this would be line 62 of that document, but on here would be the line that says boiler materials under Alstom contracts under units 1 and 2 conversion for a cost of $18,520,789. My understanding, so first let me ask, is that contract still active?
Sí, buenas tardes. Relacionado a los contratos de las conversiones, estos contratos los manejan directamente la central generatriz Aguirre. Por lo que personalmente yo no tengo conocimiento del estatus de esos contratos. Pero cualquier duda que tengan sobre o pregunta que tengan la pueden hacer por escrito y se las hacemos llegar.
Would you mind repeating what you just said?
Sí, que todos los contratos relacionados a las conversiones de las unidades, eso lo están manejando y administrando las centrales generatrices.
Okay.
Por lo que no me consta personalmente cuál es el estatus actual de esos contratos.
Okay, so the questions, just to run through the questions that I have for these. You can tell me to what extent you can answer any of them, and then if not, we'll receive those answers in writing. So the questions are, is the boiler materials contract still active?
Desconozco si está activo actualmente.
Are there any other parts of the gas conversions that PREPA has contracted for already?
Me consta que se han comprado piezas.
When you say parts, can you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Bueno, pudiera estar envuelto los materiales de las calderas, los controles.
Okay.
¿Qué tipo de materiales? Equipo.
Okay, but you're not aware of any other active contracts for the conversion work?
No estoy al tanto de los contratos.
Okay. Do you know of any cost control mechanisms in any of the contracts associated with the gas conversions?
En la medida que no tengo esos contratos a la mano, ni los he estudiado ni los he revisado, no podría contestarle esa pregunta.
Permiso, ¿puede hablar en el micrófono? Gracias.
Sí, dado a que no tengo a la mano esos contratos, ni los he revisado, no le puedo dar la contestación de si hay algún tipo de mecanismo de control de costos en esos contratos.
Mm-hmm. To the extent that PREPA has not contracted for the work of converting the existing units to run on natural gas, can any of you speak to when PREPA would seek to contract for that work and whether or not PREPA would intend for those contracts to result from a competitive RFP?
Can you repeat the question again, please?
For any component of the gas conversion work that is not already under contract, when would PREPA seek to contract for that work? And would that contract be the result, that contract or those contracts, if plural, be the result of a competitive RFP?
It will depend on the schedule of the project, permitting, especially permitting. But in terms of the gas conversions, not necessarily all of the scope is issued through an RFP. Why? Because we are dealing with manufacturers, turbine manufacturers, who offer performance and emissions guarantees. For example, that's one of the examples of why one of the contracts is with Alstom, which is the OEM, the original equipment manufacturer of the Aguirre 1 and 2 boilers.
Sorry, can you elaborate on why a performance guarantee would negate the need for cost competitive bidding?
I'm not saying specifically performance guarantees, I'm saying emissions guarantees.
Why would emission guarantees negate the need?
Personally, I haven't seen any manufacturer of a turbine or a system which is not the original equipment manufacturer making those types of guarantees to an owner.
So
I haven't seen it.
I'm not sure I'm understanding you right.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that there is no way to get an emissions guarantee without going with
I haven't said there is no way. I said that we haven't seen it. And based on our experiences, trying to get some other manufacturers or service providers to offer performance and emissions guarantees on a system, personally, I haven't seen it in 17 years working in PREPA.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that for some of this work, you wouldn't bid it out competitively because you would expect that whatever bids you got from manufacturers other than the OEM of the Aguirre, the existing Aguirre units, those bids would not include, in your experience, emission guarantees or performance guarantees.
In our experience, that happens. There may be some other parts, some other components, some other scope that is not related to performance on emissions guarantees. And those vendors could be issued for bids. But that's that's why I'm saying that not all of it, not all of the scope is to be issued through an RFP.
Okay, so if we take your premise that it's very unlikely that other manufacturers would offer such guarantees for retrofits to equipment that they didn't make in the first place, essentially, then the Commission should expect PREPA to be contracting, for example, in the case of the CCs, the only entity that we should be expecting PREPA to contract with for the majority of the conversion work would be GE. Is that correct?
Yes, if it offers the guarantees, yes.
Okay. In that case, how does PREPA propose to control the cost of those contracts?
We receive the offers from, in this case, from the OEM, and we study the feasibility of the cost, if the cost is reasonable, and the risk in terms of guarantees that we take in order to move forward with the project. If there's a vendor who comes by and say that can step in and offer the guarantees, then we will be more, you will be willing to welcome that vendor in order to meet with PREPA and to see what kind of guarantees that vendor can offer.
But what venue would PREPA be receiving that form of outreach in, if not a competitive RFP?
The only way is to good faith negotiations with the vendor. But if you don't have the guarantees and you cannot provide to the EPA, for example, or Title V, credible guarantees, performance guarantees, but not performance, emissions guarantees, then it will be difficult to move forward with the project. And this is something that is industry-wide. It's not only in PREPA, it's industry-wide.
I understand the importance of getting the guarantees. What I'm asking is, couldn't PREPA, for example, issue an RFP where one of the required components of a bid was a statement of willingness to issue those performance and emission guarantees? Like, what I'm saying is, it sounds like you're suggesting a form of bilateral negotiation with different vendors as opposed to a competitive RFP. And it's not clear to me why that would be necessary.
Every time we have tried to pursue that, nobody provides emissions guarantees other than the OEM or a licensed OEM.
in your opinion, are there drawbacks to conducting a competitive RFP in the event that you only get one suitable bid?
Mm-hmm.
What, such as?
Can you repeat the question again?
In your opinion, are there drawbacks or costs associated with conducting a competitive RFP that are not worth it if you only get one suitable bid?
Okay. In the case of Aguirre 1 and 2, I think it's not possible because the contracts were already in place with Alstom for the reasons stated before. If the Commission orders us to do it for the combined cycle, for the conversions of the combined cycle, we can certainly do it. But I may say to the Commission here that it is very likely that we will have the outcome that nobody will offer the emissions guarantees for the combined cycle conversions. We may do it.
Except the OEM, you would expect.
Except the OEM.
And what would be the problems associated with that?
We wouldn't have a permit. There's no permit.
I'm not asking what the problems would be that would be associated with not having the guarantees. I'm asking what would be the problems associated with doing an RFP that would require bids to come with those guarantees and then only getting one suitable response.
Okay. Then we'll lose leverage in negotiation because you're going to see that when the bid comes when you open bids and there's only one company who came with guarantees, is going to come in with his cost. He knows that he's going to come alone, probably. So the cost will be high, would be high. So then you're going to try to sit into a table with a vendor who issued an RFP with a proposal where he was sure that he was coming alone to bid or to place his offer. So then PREPA will be in disadvantage. So those are one of the risks of doing that. But if the Commission orders so, we will do it.
Would PREPA be more at a disadvantage in that situation than in the situation of just approaching the OEM from the beginning?
In our experience, yes.
Can you talk a little bit more about that experience?
Yes. Let's say that you try to issue proposals for a certain repair of a big component such as a generator.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And this is not because of emission guarantees, basically it's based on risk of a service provider. I'm putting the example of a generator, which is a very high cost item. So all those big vendors, they know each other. They know, and this is the business. This is how the business goes. They know each other and they know if the other vendors are not able to provide what PREPA is requesting for that scope of work. So when you open bids, instead of sitting down with him first, defining the scope, having meetings and meetings and meetings with the vendor, a vendor of which you have been the client for years, and that's against going up for a bid process where the vendor will come with a fixed price, knowing that nobody will come to the bid.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you right, you're saying basically that it damages your relationship with your vendor to do this. It would damage your relationship with your vendor.
In our experience, vendors value more. The OEMs value more direct negotiations with the client. And this is something very important for you all to know. We are talking about here, in this industry, the business is not just selling you the unit, for which a turbine can cost $15 million by itself, not including the auxiliaries. It's a matter of being in the business providing the service. Okay? There are times when you are able to issue, or you are able to try to get other vendors into play, to come into play. Personally, I support that a lot within PREPA. People in PREPA knows me for that. But there are some situations where it is better to sit with the vendor and the O&M, especially when you are dealing with guarantees, and if you want to keep them.
So one of the messages that I'm taking away from your answer here is that the Commission should pay very close attention to how PREPA conducts bid processes for new generation. Is that correct?
Basically, for new generation, we always go to RFPs. We don't go for vendors, for individual vendors when we are going to build a new power plant. We are talking about existing systems.
Right, but what I'm understanding from your answer is that building a new power plant constitutes, from PREPA's point of view, the commencement of a relationship with that vendor that lasts the lifetime of that asset.
Not necessarily a lifetime, but many years.
In which case, the potential cost implications and performance implications of that choice are quite significant.
Yeah, and that's why, for example, I can give you the example of the Maya West peaking unit power plant, where a life cycle cost was part of the RFP process.
Okay.
So the life cycle cost indicated that one vendor was more beneficial economically than the other.
Relative to, I understand that you can't give a time frame for contracting for the remainder of the work associated with the gas conversions that's absolute, like, September of 2018 kind of date. Can you give a timeline for when PREPA would seek to do that relative to the dates in the AOGP Gantt chart?
I cannot answer that question because I'm not the manager of this project.
Do you know whether PREPA would seek to contract for that work prior to or after issuance of the LNTP?
I cannot answer that question. I will need to be involved deeply in the project in order to assess that.
Pardon, can you repeat the question? Just want to be sure.
Yeah, the question is whether or not PREPA would seek to contract for the remainder of the work associated with the gas conversions of the existing Aguirre units prior to issuance of the LNTP, after issuance of the LNTP but before the FNTP, or after issuance of the FNTP.
I think it's more of a strategy question that I don't think we would be in a position to give a final answer. I think there is in terms of the contract management of the conversion, I think there are various, not only operational components, but also financing and cash considerations we would have to take.
So that's a concern of mine, because if I'm understanding your answer correctly, you're suggesting that depending on how PREPA's financial situation proceeds and how the financing of AOGP settles out, PREPA contracting for the gas conversions could potentially be delayed based on a lack of liquidity or a lack of credit. Is that correct?
No. I would position, it would be, we would need to have a better visibility into the financing of the entire project to trigger any events of conversion at the unit. We just would see as we wouldn't want to take as a company, nor would it be in the best interest of our fiscal situation or our liquidity position to incur in costs specifically for the conversions without having a clear visibility of the complete timeline of the project. We would like to manage the conversion along with the construction of the unit in a parallel timeline.
When, I'm not sure if anybody here is qualified to answer this question, but just in case, when would work on the gas conversions need to begin such that the gas conversions were online at approximately the same time as AOGP?
The conversion project can start three months after the issuance of the limited notice to proceed.
And are you referring to...
And the conversion project, I made reference to the schedule
right.
provided to the Commission.
Okay, so according to that schedule, the conversion work would begin after the issuance of the LNTP, prior to the issuance of the FNTP.
Can you repeat the question, please?
According to this schedule, the conversion work would begin after PREPA issues the LNTP and before PREPA issues the FNTP.
It's correct, according to the schedule.
Okay. I might circle back around to this with Mr. Padilla later when we are back on financing questions. What my goal here is to make sure that that's a feasible timeline in terms of PREPA having the required visibility on its financial situation early enough to be able to contract for that work, to be conducting it early enough that those units would be able to burn gas at approximately the same time that AOGP would come online. Okay. Are any of you familiar with the contracts for professional services that are under the AECOM, LT Automation, and Alpha Engineering contracts that are mentioned on this budget breakdown?
Actualmente, de los contratos de servicios profesionales, yo he trabajado con el de Barnes Feldman y Alpha Engineering Group. A Econo yo no he trabajado con ese contrato. Entiendo que ese contrato está relacionado a unos estudios que se hicieron para los permisos de aire. No sé si estoy correcto.
Okay.
Sí, AECOM fue un contrato que se utilizó para hacer los cálculos de emisiones para la gestión de los permisos de aire. Allen Overy fue los asesores legales durante el proceso de contratación con Accelerate. ¿Necesita? Sigo. Do I go ahead with all the... Vanessa Feldman is the legal counselor for the federal processes, including before FERC, National Marine Fisheries, and before the District of Columbia Federal Court. Alpha Engineering is it's like it's management, ¿no?
Alpha Engineering es para darnos soporte técnico en la parte de ingeniería y construcción de proyectos.
That's about it.
Actually, sorry, before we get into this more deeply, there's one question that I forgot about the CCs I want to circle back to. In ARCTAS's testimony, supplemental testimony, on lines 162 to 163, they make an assertion that the CC units were already converted to be able to burn natural gas in 2009. Is that true?
It's true.
Those units are currently capable of burning gas.
Are capable of burning natural gas, not in terms of its hardware, yes. In terms of controls, they haven't.
Sorry, can you repeat that last part?
The control system needs to be programmed and needs to be in place. But physically, in terms of the physical conversion of the units, yes.
So in that case, on this budget breakdown that I've been referring to, there's give or take $13.5 million there associated with controls. Mm-hmm. And then another over $30 million associated with combustor replacements. Can you talk about why the combustor replacements are necessary?
Because back in 2009, the combustors are diffusion type combustors. And with this new permit application, I was informed that we will be basically required to use DLN technology, dry low NOx.
Cryo-NOx technology.
Dry low NOx.
Dry low NOx technology.
Dry low NOx burners.
Burners, yep. How much did PREPA pay for the diffusion combustors?
I don't know. Wasn't part of that project, but I can tell you the reason why the conversion was done in 2009.
Please do.
Because of the Gasoducto del Sur project. See? So the project was canceled, the units were converted. So the units had to keep running on diesel oil. So that was back in 2009. We are now 2017. So it's a completely new permit application. And that's the outcome of that is basically the dry low NOx burners.
Were the steam units also converted in 2009 or that time frame to run on gas?
No, the steam units were not converted.
So just to be very clear here, did PREPA ever use the diffusion combustors that it installed at the CC units in 2009 to burn natural gas?
There was no natural gas?
So no, never.
No.
Okay. One of the documents that we would like to request is the cost of those conversions. Okay. Sorry. moving back to the contracts for services. Actually, can we also request the documentation that you're referring to that indicates, if there's any documentation that you have indicating that the dry low NOx burners are required to meet these permit limits as opposed to the diffusion combustors?
As I said before, I was told that they were going to be required. We can look for the information that indicate, but it may be either required by the EPA or as a result of a modeling of the permit application.
Yes, Ibeli Sanchez again for the record. Yes, this is as part of the emissions calculations in order to get within the limits that would allow us to go through a non-PSD permit. That was the decision that was made. And that's part of the non-PSD permit analysis.
Has that previously been submitted to the Commission, to your knowledge?
I think it has, because it's part of the EIS for the AODP. And as I understand, all those documents were submitted to the Commission.
In that case, we would like to request either the documents or a reference to where they've already been provided.
Okay.
Okay. Now, moving back onto the contracts for services. My understanding from you is that the work that AECOM, was contracted to do is complete. Is that correct?
Well, the emission calculations, those are complete. But if we had to go into any revision of that for some reason during the remaining part of the permit process, we would still need their services.
Is that why there's spending on that contract assumed in this schedule in fiscal years 2017 and 2018?
Yo creo que sí.
De Econo, este año fiscal no hay, desconozco.
No sé. Ella dice que
son costos proyectados para esos años fiscales. Entiendo que es por lo que dijo Ibeli Sánchez, que cualquier servicio que se le requiera a ellos para completar el proceso de permiso de aire, pues ese contrato debe estar disponible para proveer esos servicios.
Right, but if their scope was already concluded, if you knew that you were not going to require any further support from them, would those lines have zero spending in 2017 and 2018, or would they still have funds associated with them?
I think they would still have funds associated with it, because we would still have to run tests, analysis on the emissions once the units are converted, and that's part of the services that we should receive from them.
Okay. In Mr. Gregory Rivera's response testimony, Exhibit 3, on lines 295 to 296, you state that the contract with Alpha Engineering has been extended and is still active. Is that true?
¿Cuál contrato?
Alpha Engineering.
Ese contrato había vencido en junio del 2016 y se enmendó por un año adicional. Actualmente tiene una propuesta aprobada para prestar servicio durante la etapa de diseño, y las cláusulas del contrato indican que una vez se aprueba una propuesta dentro de la vigencia del contrato, los servicios bajo esa propuesta pueden continuar hasta que estén completados. En resumen, tenemos esa compañía disponible para prestar servicios durante el diseño.
Has Alpha Engineering conducted a front-end engineering design study, or is that part of their scope for the future?
El diseño del proyecto está a cargo de Celery. La función de Alpha Engineering es revisar todos los documentos que se provean a prepa, especificaciones, planos, revisarlos y darnos a nosotros el resultado de la revisión de los planos, si se aprueban, si se pueden aprobar o no sé, o necesitan modificaciones.
Can you say again the name of the entity that's going to conduct the designs?
Por contrato, EOG está a cargo ante prepa EOG LLC es Celery.
Oh, okay. So AOG, the subsidiary of Accelerate, is going to be doing the design. Okay.
Es correcto.
Do you know if AOG has conducted a front-end engineering design study already?
Tengo entendido, aunque yo no estuve cuando se hizo, que ellos hicieron un front-end engineering study.
Do you know when that was conducted?
Entiendo que tuvo que haber sido bajo los trabajos que se realizaron bajo el Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, pero fecha específica yo desconozco.
Sorry, 1 second. Okay, I'm going to move on from that for now. I'm going to move back to some questions on financing. So I think we had gotten to the point, Mr. Padilla, of talking about which entity was the most likely entity to be holding the debt associated with AOGP. The financing assumptions within this analysis were in 80-20 debt to equity split, and that the financing would be done at a rate of 6.86%. And then the question had been, of the financing options that we discussed earlier this morning, which of the options does that set of assumptions most closely approximate?
One of them certainly would be the SPV, based on the characteristics the entity would have, and what our advisors have monitored or have benchmarked against industry standards within similar scenarios of what the SPV as a corporation or as an entity would be reflecting. Certainly that would be one of them. When we look into other alternatives, as in a debtor in possession financing, or even if we would look into our latest relending commitments from bondholders, and even though that's not a parallel one, but when we look at the latest relendings under the RSA, the costs of capital have been between ranges of a little bit over 8%. So being this separate asset, an asset that would add more value to the balance sheet and to the overall financials of the entity, these would be not accurate. These would be very good indicators of cost of capital for the financing.
So you think that the assumptions that were used in this case to represent the financing is a reasonable set of assumptions if the holder of the debt is the revitalization corporation?
Correct.
And if the holder of the debt is PREPA itself, you would say that that's not a realistic set of assumptions?
That is not a realistic set of assumptions.
Okay.
Assumptions.
What would be a more realistic set of assumptions if it?
It would be very difficult to provide an assumption for PREPA as an entity issuing the debt due to various reasons. One of them is certainly there's a lack of access to the capital markets, which the last time Puerto Rico went to the markets was on its GO issuance in 2014, and we saw a yield of over 9% of that issuance. And it's not, I couldn't even compare that to what a cost of debt associated to PREPA would be. I wouldn't even be able to provide a scenario, but based on the experiences there has been on the municipal bond market and in the capital markets with companies under bankruptcy and insolvency processes like PREPA, we have seen they have emerged through those bankruptcies and through those insolvencies through separate entities.
With respect to the 20% of the project that would be an equity component, can you talk a little bit about whose equity that would be?
Can't recall exactly the set of assumption from that portion of the equity, but in order strategically, the financing component would seek a counterparty to have that equity, and it would be evaluating various options, even within the holders of the asset, even within partners of the project, also potential partners through the financing strategy overall PREPA decides to pursue.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, are you suggesting that regardless of what financing mechanism PREPA ends up with, it would still be expected that there be some third-party private money involved in the project as an equity partner?
It would be likely based on financing of these types of assets. I wouldn't, it would not be in our overall strategy, thinking of a 100, or at least beginning to look into financing, assuming 100% debt on this project. Usually a project finance, when seeking financing alternatives to this types of project finance of assets, it's usually not 100% debt. Usually not.
So I believe what was represented on the capital spending schedule that PREPA submitted in the rate case was not getting a private partner for that 20%, but rather what we would call expensing it, or just paying that 20% out of revenues in the year that it was incurred.
Correct. That would be obviously one of the first alternatives. However, we do always intend, and the mission and the vision of the organization is protect liquidity as much as possible. Therefore, within financing alternatives, we would be looking for financing or looking into as much liquidity as possible through the project.
When you say one of the first alternatives, do you mean first in the sense of preferred or in some other sense?
I think more of an availability and constraint of the project. Ultimately, PREPA wants to begin and complete the project as quickly as possible and within the most realistic and most likely timeline. And we would look into not only as an organization, we wouldn't look into the construction and mechanisms on the operational side, but certainly providing our stakeholders with the liquidity and the funding for the construction and the build of the project.
So if I'm understanding you right, is it fair to say that PREPA would seek an external partner for that 20%, but if it couldn't find an external partner and it looked like that difficulty was going to delay the project, that PREPA would instead seek to pay that 20% in cash?
I think the intent would be that ultimately PREPA would seek the best option. Either one whichever under analysis considers to be would yield to be the most valuable in terms of our liquidity and the need for the project would be approached. So if to answer specifically the question, we would seek into both scenarios, and based on the circumstances and based on the availability and timeline constraints, then the decision would be approached.
Under what circumstances would PREPA abandon a search for a private party to invest in the project?
One, cost of capital, terms and financing terms and conditions, and I think the third party potential risk and constraints, or what would be at risk giving up that 20% instead of financing it from own revenues.
If finding a private partner looked like it was going to cause a delay in the project, would PREPA continue that pursuit?
The cost of capital and the liquidity value would have to be increasingly greater, but under those circumstances, I see that highly unlikely.
Can you clarify what exactly it is that you see as highly unlikely?
If approaching a third party would put at risk a delay of the project, I see highly unlikely the organization pursuing that method or that strategy.
I'm going to, is it fair to say that PREPA's pursuit of revenue funding that 20% would come through a budget request to the Commission, as well as potentially negotiations with its creditors?
Can you repeat the question? Just want to be sure that I understand your premise.
I'm trying to ascertain the venues under which the Commission will have the opportunity to review either of these alternatives that we've been discussing. My understanding is that if PREPA were to seek to revenue fund that 20%, that the Commission's opportunity for review of that would come in a rate case.
I wouldn't, I'm just giving thought of if it would be a rate case or if it would be another mechanism through the Commission. What I can say is I think certainly the expense within our financials would be presented to the Commission, or the Commission would have visibility to it for.
My concern is that it be presented to the Commission before PREPA commits to it.
Oh, I understand. Now I understand.
Would that occur in a rate case?
Un momentito. Quiero discutir algo contigo. Can we have to consult counsel? My apologies. Thank you. Thank you for the time. Yes, PREPA on the 20% that would seek from revenue fund based on the current legal framework. The Commission would have to seek, because it would be through the an expense, either through the operations or through the construction lines of our financials.
So let me phrase this question a little bit differently. Would you agree that how PREPA obtains debt financing for the 80% of the project that is assumed to be debt financed and investment financing for the other 20% would have an impact on potentially both the cost and the risk associated with the project?
Yes, it would.
How would you suggest the Commission review PREPA's plans to enter into those financial arrangements prior to PREPA committing to them?
Are we speaking about debt or equity?
Both.
In terms of equity, I think one of the approaches would be certainly the current expenses incurred by the organization, and also the ones being approved currently by the commission. I think we just need to have a better timeline in terms of what our financing opportunities are and our financing options would be.
Let me ask you a little bit more specifically. What procedural venue or mechanism would you suggest the commission use to review those arrangements before PREPA commits to them?
It's more of a legal side. Víctor tiene que contestar. I would like to direct that to council. I'm sorry. Let me, in consultation with council, what I just want to ensure I'm answering properly what you intend to be the answer. If I'm correctly gathering your premise, would be what would I suggest, or what would the PREPA suggest? The mechanism the commission would use, or we would use through the commission, in order to get an approval for the financing before we incur it? Just want to be sure I'm understanding the premise.
So let me give an example as a thought experiment.
Please.
If the commission approves AOGP as part of this proceeding, PREPA does not have financing already secured. PREPA does not intend to have financing already secured for several months. Say that there were no other constraints on PREPA's financing arrangements for the project. Say that there was no constraint from the RSA, no constraint from the bondholders, no constraint from the oversight board. If PREPA represented to the commission costs associated with a financing scheme that assumes 6.86% interest and an equity scheme that essentially, in terms of the analysis that's been presented to us, has no risky components associated with it, wouldn't you agree that it would be a problem from the commission's point of view if PREPA then went out to capital markets and financed the project at 20% interest?
It would be a problem, yes.
Okay. Considering that, what procedural venue or mechanism would you suggest the commission employ to review PREPA's intended financing arrangements prior to committing to them?
Understood. Now I understand it.
Okay.
Yeah. From the procedure, it would be having the visibility as to the debt service structure, also the equity component financing, and how those would be aligned with the financial presented and currently approved by the commission.
Right. And what procedural venue would you suggest, or would PREPA suggest that take place in? For example, would you suggest that take place as a part of this docket, or as a part of a rate case docket, or as a part of a long-term planning docket, or as a part of another docket to be opened in the future?
I don't think I would be in a position to answer precisely through which avenue the commission would use it. What I could say is that in terms of the overall approach of the project, the most effective venue would be through the approval of the project, as the approval of the project, the docket within this project, carries parallel and is basically modeled in assumption with our financials under which the rate case was analyzed.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're suggesting that if the commission approved this project, it approve it with an explicit contingency on acquiring financing at terms similar to the terms assumed.
Or reasonably within those conditions presented.
How would you define reasonably within?
Reasonably would be based on the assumptions presented to the commission and on the finance alternatives, and also based on the risks and opportunities within our restructuring support agreement with creditors, and also the available options of financing within the whole context of PREPA, and also under the conditions the commission has had an opportunity to evaluate, not only for the project, but also for the general infrastructure vision of the utility.
And how would you suggest that the commission verify that PREPA's financing falls within that contingency of reasonably close to what was presented in this case?
I think if there is in terms of the financing, PREPA would have to demonstrate through the commission and and let's just for the purpose of this answer, we would assume the AOGP docket that's currently being evaluated. I think it's providing the adequate modeling, the adequate information, and the adequate timeline, and how that falls under what has been presented to the commission.
Okay.
Just want to be sure I'm understanding your premise.
Yes, I think that's, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Couple of other questions. Can you define the term financial close in the context of the FNTP?
In terms of the FNTP?
The FNTP, yeah, or the LNTP if that's more appropriate.
Sure. I just want to be sure because there are two of them.
Yes.
But one of them would be what would have to be incurred by PREPA. Can't say out of pocket liquidity, but it would be what would have to be the cash available or the liquidity available for the counterparty to be satisfied to continue proceeding with the work.
Would revenue funding fall under the heading of financial close?
It would be one alternative, or it would be one source.
So it would satisfy the necessary conditions to have achieved financial close for PREPA to plan to fund AOGP solely out of rates.
It would be, yes.
Does PREPA plan to finance both AOGP and the gas conversions together or separately?
We haven't made a final decision. We do continue to seek different liquidity strategies and different liquidity avenues. And again, we do have a cash constraint on our operational fund and our construction fund. Therefore, the assistance we are seeking in terms of the RSA and the fiscal plan would better put us in a position if it would be a complete financing, if we would look them at separate liquidity opportunities. What I can say is that the management, and in terms of the finance management or managing the liquidity for the financing of the project and the conversions would be separate. So it wouldn't be packed into one financing structure.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, it would be correct to say that AOGP, PREPA would most likely finance AOGP and the gas conversions separately?
Correct.
Okay. Is that a preferred option, or is that option, if PREPA had no financial constraints or significantly less financial constraint than it does now, would that option still be preferred or the most likely?
Yes, it would.
Is PREPA looking at a different set of financing options for the gas conversions than for AOGP itself?
I think specifically under our support agreement with creditors, We are looking into different avenues in terms of liquidity, although we do have a component of looking at or seeking it through our revenues. We do we would have a preferred. We would be having a preferred strategy as to using and protecting our own liquidity, but we would prefer using revenues for the financing of the conversions. And when I mean revenue, would it be not necessarily through the rate, but just through separate liquidity relief or separate liquidity support through different avenues under the RSA or through different type of financing under the fiscal plan. So in essence, we would be still looking, and it would still fall under the overall liquidity strategy as to seeking the adequate assistance, not to put PREPA's liquidity under a constraint through this piece of valuable asset.
Okay. What if PREPA can't get financing for the project at all? What, in that case, how would you suggest the Commission approach that?
It's a very, very strong hypothetical scenario.
And I guess I should clarify that we would consider paying for AOGP through rates to constitute not getting financing for the project.
Correct. So I think that would be we would have to seek what alternatives are within our rate components or our revenue components through the rate in order to seek liquidity through that component.
I'm going to ask you the same two big picture questions on financing that I've asked on contracts and permits. Is there a sufficient number of staff already at PREPA working on financing the project that there are unlikely to be delays due to a lack of staff availability?
Yes, PREPA, along with our fiscal agent and our advisors, and within the company, we have the headcount and the staffing necessary. We also have the mechanisms, we have the information structure, and also the through this process of RSA and covered entity under through the by the Fiscal Control Board, we also have the controls and reporting in order to gather the information and intelligence in order to be prepared for a financing process.
How would you assess the likelihood of the project being delayed due to financing related considerations?
I wouldn't be able at this moment to have a precise answer to the question. We do have critical milestones within our support agreements and within our milestones under the Fiscal Control Board that put certain constraint as to having a proper timeline.
So I have a couple more questions that I'm not 100% certain to whom they should be addressed. Would it be possible for PREPA to prepare and submit to the Commission a Gantt chart for the project that shows these milestones with permitting, these milestones with financing, individual milestones for the conversions, as well as the steps along for AOGP itself that are shown in the current Gantt chart?
Final guide, the Técnica.
Certainly, yes. We can prepare a Gantt chart. If you like to be the more specific you can be in your request, then we will be better prepared to do the Gantt chart. We spoke with the financial.
And in terms of financing, we could address it as to the most, or what would be the most likely scenario in terms of the financing, and we can also approach it through what would be one or two scenarios into probably conservative, optimistic, or most likely, so you can probably better have a visibility in terms of what would be a potential delay or a potential.
That would be very helpful. Yeah.
We'll apply that also to the technical side.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that would be extremely helpful to see that. What we would be looking for there is essentially in each of your departments what the critical milestones are for the project and how those interact and the most up-to-date expectations in terms of timing, and seeing those all laid out so that if the commission approves the project, there can be an easy tool to monitor PREPA's progress on these aspects. Okay. How would PREPA suggest the commission ensure, if it approves the project, that the cost of the project is controlled?
As per the infrastructure agreement, the project manager, is the person who is in charge of the cost control of the project.
And how would you suggest the commission get visibility on your efforts to control the cost of the project?
You are talking about what kind of evidence we can provide about the cost control of the project once the project starts? Or?
For example?
As per the infrastructure agreement, we receive every month a certification for payment that contains all the information regarding the cost incurred by Accelerate, and we can provide that information if you need it.
Basically, this contract is a cost reimbursable contract, as it was explained before. Certainly, the Commission has access, and they can just tell us how they would like, in what time frame, the reporting about the project progress and the cost control about the project. And it's one of the things that are positive in this type of contracts, that you can have access to the cost allocations.
How would PREPA suggest that the Commission handle cost overruns if they do occur?
Repeat the question, please.
How would PREPA suggest that or recommend that the Commission handle cost overruns on the project if they do occur?
EOG, as per the infrastructure agreement, EOG have the responsibility to inform, to give us all the information regarding the cost.
Right. What I'm asking is, how would you suggest that the Commission handle PREPA if cost overruns on the project occur and those cost overruns, for whatever reason under the contract, end up being the responsibility of PREPA as opposed to Accelerate, how would you suggest that the Commission handle PREPA's requests to recover those costs?
How do you request PREPA to recover the cost overruns?
How would PREPA suggest or recommend that the Commission handle requests from PREPA to recover overrun costs?
To recover, I believe that if the project incurs in cost overruns, it incurs in cost overruns. I believe that the Commission, as any construction project, and we just reported as we reported to the government board or as we reported to the executive director. It's like if we are facing a cost overrun or a potential cost overrun, if there are potential cost overruns that are foreseeable, others are not foreseeable. It's like they could all be part of a report or informing the Energy Commission how the project is being, how those potential cost overruns. Am I understanding your question?
Not exactly. I'm not asking about reporting. What I'm asking about is if the project experiences an overrun in cost and PREPA comes to the Commission and says, we said this was going to cost $382 million, but in fact it's going to cost $582 million. How do you suggest the Commission handle that extra $200 million?
The Commission, like our government board, like our executive director, should be open to hear and to the justifications of the management of the project regarding a specific potential or cost overrun, and they'll make their judgment as any other manager.
What protections for ratepayers would you suggest that the Commission put in place to deal with the potential risk of cost overruns on the project?
We would like to better understand what is your request, and
okay.
Is the Commission asking specifically to pass judgment on every single change order or cost overrun? That's the question. If that is the case, then we'll have an answer for that.
I'm not necessarily asking about Commission approval of change orders. What I'm essentially asking is, does PREPA think that ratepayers should be on the hook ultimately for cost increases of the project?
I cannot answer that question in terms of, we are project managers. We build the project and we look for to control cost in the projects. But in many projects, cost overruns do arise, and also discounts on projects do arise. So it will be a matter of discussion with the Energy Commission how they would like to handle it. You know, there's no way to guarantee that that a project will not have a cost overrun or a change order or a cost deduction. You know, there are many things in construction that leads to other conclusions.
Yeah, Mr. Padilla?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think ultimately we wouldn't be in an actual position to suggest to the commission the process. What I can outline in terms of cost overruns or even underruns, because both could potentially happen. We do have project controls and we do have fiscal controls now under the entities that have oversight against us, which is AFOF and the Fiscal Control Board, and again the commission as regulators. In terms of cost overruns, I think what would be valuable for the commission to have is exactly what are the key milestones of the project, where would be the key where would be the key risks of having cost overruns, what would cause them, what would trigger them, and what could PREPA do internally or within the project in terms of identifying potential opportunities to reduce the cost overrun on other work streams in the project in order to mitigate the ratepayer as less as possible. Because overall, that would be the mission of PREPA, not only as an organization within this project, but also protecting the client.
And how do you recommend that the commission get that information?
You would have various venues, and I think one of them would be preparing from the initiation of the project. I think in coordination with PREPA, the project managers and the key stakeholders in this project would be outlining a strong baseline into which these risks and opportunities would be. And I think with having the visibility of these financials under certain terms and under certain visibilities would be the best avenue for the commission to have the adequate information in terms to making a decision. And I think understanding the fundamentals of what caused those overruns would be critical, and which would be the when those overruns are determined and those variances are determined, what would be the cause, what would be the impact, and what would be the strategy course to take a course back into normalizing those variances. And as an example, and I'm just putting this as an example, if there is a conclusion that those cost overruns were out of control, under the control of PREPA or the stakeholders, then it would be where are the opportunities, or where would the commission seek to recommend or to enforce the areas of opportunities as into mitigating through other parts of the project. And I think overall what we would suggest would be looking into the overall variance of the project. Not sure if that answers the question.
No, that does. Thank you.
Okay.
Has PREPA ever performed a rate impact analysis of AOGP? I believe we asked this in Discovery and the answer was no. I just want to check on the...
As part of the rate case, AUGP was part of the rate case.
Mm-hmm.
As a separate study presented, though we have run some simulations, we would have to look for such a thing, such a specific rate analysis. But it comes down to whatever, when you see the various scenarios, and you know the difference in the yearly cost, you pretty much divide that by kilowatt hours, you'll get the difference in rates. It's about 2.5 cents is the difference.
Would you agree that different financing arrangements would have an impact on the rate impact of AOGP?
It could, but we'd have to compare how much is the relative size of interest payments versus fuel. Fuel is a huge driver here. There could be some effects, but the main issue here is the fuel price. I mean, how much would be the financing versus the fuel cost?
Is a rate impact analysis, would PREPA plan to do a rate impact analysis as part of evaluating different financing mechanisms for the project, assuming that the project is approved?
Would it be part of the overall analysis? How specifically delineating that scenario or delineating that analysis we would have to seek? What would be the options, or what would be the information our financing partner would seek?
What would PREPA suggest the Commission do, or how the Commission should view it if the project is further delayed?
PREPA is doing all in its power to move the project forward. Unfortunately, there are many issues or milestones which are not in PREPA's hand. I mean, right now, the big issue of permitting is really not under control. We do not have a way of forcing any federal agency or any other agency to finally give us the decision and finalize our work. So we will keep the Commission informed of any changes that have occurred, as Evalis Sanchez talked recently of where we are right now. We can continue informing you, but I cannot force any agency to finalize, or the same thing, I cannot force the Supreme Court or any appellate court to give a decision quicker. So it's really on their hands.
Evalis Sanchez again. There's something that I want to say. I don't want it to be misunderstood, but there's also like a catch-22 here, because you are waiting for the National Marine Fisheries to issue the biological opinion, and at the same time, the National Marine Fisheries is waiting for you to make a decision. So that's kind of a catch-22 here, and we're kind of trapped in between that.
So let me rephrase that question. How would PREPA suggest that the Commission handle delays in the project if the Commission approves the project, for like delays in implementation of the project?
You mean procedurally?
Sure, procedurally.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know if this is feasible. I don't know. I'm going to go out on a limb here. But I think that maybe as part of this process, of this docket, this process that we're seeing right now, the Commission can retain some kind of oversight capability, and based on our reports, keep track of any delays.
What do you think would be a reasonable if the Commission approves the project with the sort of mechanism that you're talking about, and then there are significant implementation delays, how would you suggest the Commission handle that? Mm-hmm.
Yes, we're ready to answer. What we are proposing right now, to answer your question, is that we are willing to have a meeting of the minds here on PREPA, and because since there are parts that are dealing with financing, parts that are dealing with permit, technical parts, we can get together and work on a proposed procedure for the Commission to consider any overruns, and we can submit that to you, and we can later on have an exchange of ideas to see if it's feasible for the Commission, and we are willing to work on that.
What sort of time frame do you think you could get that
time
to us?
frame? A month.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's to be clear, when I said okay to that, that's an acknowledgement of that information. You'll be informed in writing if that's a request of the Commission. How can the Commission get assurance from PREPA that if it approves the project, that PREPA will in fact complete the project?
The PREPA is under very strong pressure. Not only finance, we've got environmental issues, compliance issues. We've got negotiations with EPA and the Department of Justice. This has to be completed. It's not really optional. Same thing goes for what's in the financial area. Any agreement we get into any of the creditors to financing means they'll be watching this extremely closely to make sure this is completed. This is really not like an optional project that we'd like to do.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're suggesting that PREPA will complete the project if it is approved partially due to pressure from other entities.
If we need to complete this project, but we're being watched by many other entities also. So it's not just PREPA's will to do it. We're being watched and being assured that we must finish this project also.
Okay. Let's talk about MATS for a second, since you're bringing this up. Do you have any updates on your negotiation status with EPA?
Those negotiations are on hold, and they are on hold precisely because they're waiting for the outcome of this process. Because they need to know, EPA needs to know whether our plan to comply with MATS is what we have proposed or it's going to be something else. So, again, it's a catch-22.
Okay. Has PREPA communicated with EPA about this during calendar year 2017?
Yes, yes. We're in constant communication with EPA.
If EPA's stance towards enforcement of MATS were to shift, how would that impact PREPA's plans going forward in reference to AOGP?
Well, first of all, that notion that MATS compliance requirements from EPA could change, that's something that is not very well founded. We don't think that that's going to change. But even if it did change, then the second part of the question was?
If it did, how would that impact PREPA's plans and the value of AOGP?
When we look at the reasons for AOGP, as it was expressed in the IRP and the supplemental IRP, number one is a MATS issue, environmental. Number two is an economic issue, access to a much cheaper fuel a much cleaner fuel. And the third is fuel diversification. If MATS gets put off a little bit, the $3.8 billion doesn't. It's still there. We also have mandates under Act 57 to diversify in fuel and get out of oil. The alternative of not AOGP is let's stay with oil. I don't think anybody here is advocating to stay with oil. So any delay or change in MATS, if it happens, or if it happens in the short term and then it comes back with a vengeance, does not change our reality.
What would you say are the biggest implementation risks associated with AOGP?
Could you clarify that about implementation risk? What do you mean by that?
If the commission approves the project, this gets a little bit to what Mr. Padilla was saying a moment ago, that there are specific points or vulnerabilities in the project that could lead to delays, that could lead to cost overruns, and so forth. What are the biggest risk factors in front of PREPA for being able to complete the project on time and on budget?
Once commission approval is granted, I think the major issue right now is the finalizing the permitting. There's still outstanding permitting. I think that is the biggest issue. Financing will come out next, but there are alternatives. Even self-funding is a real possibility, and it would probably grant PREPA a paid-for asset, which is something we really do not have right now. So the main issue I see right now is finalizing the permitting. Engineering-wise, there's most everything has been done already. So it's been seen, has been looked at. So I don't see that as so much as a major risk as just a continuous delay in the permitting would be the issue I'd see right now.
I wouldn't even call it an issue or a risk. I would just call them milestones. It's like the next milestones, not a risk there. Because from our experience and all that has been worked with the permitting agencies, we are very confident that the permits will be issued.
So let me revise this question a little bit. If PREPA gets to the point of issuing the LNTP, at that point, and at the point of issuing the FNTP, past those 2 points, what are the biggest risk factors to completing the project on time and on budget?
The weather.
Weather or different site conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mr. Padilla brought up the idea of the commission essentially putting contingencies on approval of AOGP. I'm going to, and that was a contingency on the financing arrangement. I'm going to run through some other potential contingencies and ask for PREPA's take on the idea of the Commission placing those contingencies on potential approval of AOGP. Would PREPA support a contingency on acquisition of all the necessary permits?
Yes, because if we don't have the permits, we cannot go ahead anyway, so.
But I would still worry of the catch-22 again.
Yeah.
That we end up in two agencies looking at each other saying,
What comes first?
what comes first? So I'd be very worried that we'd end up in an infinite loop and we'd never get anything done.
So if this was phrased something along the lines of PREPA, in order to issue the LNTP, PREPA must submit proof that it has acquired all the necessary permits, would that raise the issue that you're talking about?
Not the LNTP, I would say the final.
Well,
Déjame ver, just a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we would agree that that's a contingency that would be set on the final notice to proceed, not on the limited notice to proceed.
What would be the problem associated with doing that on the limited notice to proceed?
With the limited notice to proceed,
Mhm.
that again, that would be like the catch-22 that we've been talking about, and that would put us in between agencies waiting for the other agency to decide. And the limited notice to proceed, PREPA has an internal limitations with that.
Can you elaborate on
what Padilla has been saying, that that's subject to other agents, other oversight entities.
So you mean that there are restrictions on PREPA's ability to issue the LNTP because of financing? Okay.
And then it would be, and as per the contract, as per the infrastructure contract, all permits must be in place for the final.
The FNTP. Okay.
So it should be in agreement with that.
Okay. Would PREPA support a contingency on either the LNTP or the FNTP for contracting the remainder of the work at the gas conversions?
If we're understanding this the right way, the answer would be no, because if you put contingencies on the conversions, but we go ahead without any contingency on the AOGP, then when the commissioning times comes around, I don't have any units to.
I apologize. I'll clarify.
Okay, clarify with this.
Would PREPA support a contingency on issuing either the LNTP or the FNTP for AOGP, the contingency being that PREPA must demonstrate that it has contracted for the gas conversions?
Okay, ahora entendí.
Okay. If I'm understanding well, it's like a condition for granting the authorization for the AOGP could be like securing the contracts for the conversions.
Yes.
Okay. It's possible. However, there are risks involved on that because, you know, we do not have a guarantee that the AOGP will be approved. If we don't have a guarantee that the AOGP will be approved by the Energy Commission and then we secure those contracts are very costly.
Sorry, let me take a step back.
Okay.
Not approval of the project. If the commission says something along the lines of the following: we approve the project, however, PREPA must, before issuing the LNTP or the FNTP, whichever is more appropriate, must come in and demonstrate that you have secured contracts for that work. And if you can demonstrate that and all the other appropriate contingencies for that step, then the commission will grant permission for PREPA to issue the LNTP. Do you understand what I'm proposing?
Now I understand. I don't think that with the LNTP would be feasible because they are basically on the same line in terms of timing. But for the FNTP, yes.
So you think it's appropriate for the commission to say that PREPA can't issue the FNTP unless it can demonstrate that it has contracted for the gas?
I'm not saying it's appropriate. I'm saying that we could handle it. It's less damaging than not having the AOGP. You know, I'm not the one to judge what is appropriate or not in terms of milestones for the commission, but I can certainly tell the commission that it's feasible to have like those conditions before the FNTP.
So on the Gantt chart that was provided to us, the conversion work is listed as beginning before the issuance of the FNTP.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not clear to me why, how it would be helpful for the commission to say, in order for the commission to give permission for PREPA to issue the FNTP, that you have to demonstrate that you've not only contracted but already begun work on the conversions.
Well, I'm saying that we can do it. We can demonstrate to the commission as a condition that we are.
And what would be the problem with associating that with the LNTP?
Because they are basically in the same line item. Then I will have to start before the LNTP, and that is not what we have in the Gantt chart.
So you're saying that in order to contract for the conversions, you have to have already issued the LNTP? Am I understanding you correctly?
Not necessarily. It's like based on our Gantt chart for project implementation. The LNTP and the unit conversions basically are starting basically in the same period of time.
Right.
Okay?
So shouldn't the commission then expect PREPA to have contracts already in place for work that would be expected to begin upon the issuance of the LNTP?
Of the LNTP or
Yes.
the FNTP?
Of the LNTP.
You mean contract obligation?
Contracted.
Contract obligation to issue the LNTP right now?
Sorry, can you say again?
You're asking for what is the requirement for issue the LNTP?
I'm asking whether PREPA could reasonably accommodate and would support the commission putting a contingency on issuance of the LNTP that says that in order to get permission to issue the LNTP, PREPA must demonstrate that it has contracts in hand for the gas conversions.
Okay.
Ruth Santiago, for the record. I'm wondering, in terms of time allotment, will we have time to ask questions as interveners today, or will it be, since we started on another issue this morning, whether there will be some time tomorrow in case we're not?
I believe Dr. Horowitz is almost done, right? So once she's finished, you will be able to start questions to PREPA's parties. It is important that you are as precise as possible and not repeat questions already asked, because a great part of the panel is not going to be able to come back tomorrow or Wednesday. So hopefully we don't have to extend a lot, but once she's done, we will start with the interveners.
Okay, thanks.
Can I continue? Okay. Okay. There are two things that the commissions need to take into consideration. It's like here in the Gantt chart, we have 3 months from the LNTP to starting the unit conversions. Talking about industry leverage in this type of industry, negotiations on this type of industry, as we are the tighter that we can be in terms of securing a contract, the less leverage we will have with that vendor. It's like when we mentioned that we could handle, technically speaking, we could handle securing that type of a contract between the LNTP and the FNTP, we have more time. If we are ordered to do so before the LNTP, based on the time constraints that we have, the vendor, whoever is going to negotiate with us that type of obligation, we are going to lose leverage. And in this business, we are talking about a high amount of funding. So that would be my only concern in terms of technically speaking. If Elise has something else regarding the LNTP.
Another point that should be considered is that PREPA can decide to not go through the LNTP process and go directly into the final notice to proceed. Of course, that would change the time extension for the final notice to proceed. It would then be all the time that was allotted for the limited notice to proceed, and for the final notice to proceed, it would start running from that moment. So if the commission puts any contingency on the limited notice to proceed and PREPA decides to go directly into the final, that could bring us some problems there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Padilla, I believe that the financing contingency that we had been discussing was in the context of the LNTP. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'll discuss this further with Mr. Rivera tomorrow. The other contingencies I wanted to ask about were in terms of the improvements to the transmission system, changes in fuel price, and availability of staff. Just in throwing that out there with the people who are only available today, are there any comments on those three ideas? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
The commission is done with this line of questioning, so we're going to pass to the interveners for them to make their questions. Just so you know, Mr. Padilla and Ms. Sanchez are not going to be able to be here the rest of the week, so if you could address any questions that you have for them first, so you're sure that you're able to ask them and get an answer. Please be as precise as you can and not to repeat the questions that the commission already made. Also, stay within the scope of the subject that we're discussing today that has been discussed throughout the morning and half of the afternoon. I'm going to start with, does any intervener have interest in asking questions at this point? And Ilak. Okay. Ms. Ruth, if you want to start with your line of questions, and then we'll move on to our task council.
Okay, sure. Thank you to the Honorable Commission, and good afternoon to everyone again. Actually, the question, I'll do an initial question about whether the file in this case contains an application by PREPA for conversion of the steam units or any units at the Aguirre Power Complex.
The project is considered a whole project. It entails the construction of the AOGP, Aguirre Gas Port, and the conversion of the units.
Is there a specific application for conversion of the units, is my question.
The project is one project. It's the AOGP, which entails the conversion of the units. That's the way it's been treated in the environmental impact statement, and that's why the emissions are calculated for the project as a whole.
Ms. Santiago, can you speak louder into the microphone,
okay.
please? And everyone who speaks, please speak clear into the microphone.
Okay. So are you saying then that the environmental impact statement serves as the application in this case?
No, I'm saying that the project is one project. The application for this project is the project of the AOGP, which entails the conversion of the units.
So there is no separate application for the conversion units, for the conversion of the units?
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you. All right. Are you aware of a proposed realignment of the route in this case, of the gas pipe, the gas line, the HDD route? Are you aware of any proposed realignment?
Just a minute. El proyecto que está presentado es el proyecto que está presentado, lo que tiene la ruta que está incluida en el proyecto.
Okay, so are you saying that you are not aware that there's a proposed realignment of the route?
I have an objection about that line of questions, since the scope of the project does not include the stage of the permits and any amendment to those permits. So we are not here to discuss any the status of the permits nor any amendment to those documents. So we are gonna, if it is possible, we want to limit the scope of these questions only to the scope of the initial order, that is the economic analysis of this project.
May I respond?
The scope of the analysis includes whether the permits are on time or not, because it affects the fact if the project can move forward or not. So if the question stays within those premises, the Commission is going to allow it.
Okay, so I, asked the question, are you aware of a proposed realignment of the HDD route in this case?
That question is not it's not being formulated in the proper way, because there's no, the proponent of the project, which is PREPA and AOGP, there's no proposal for any change in the alignment.
Are you aware of two memos, at least two references, in the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission file, one dated May 23rd, 2017, and another dated April 27th, 2017, discussing the realignment of the HDD route for this project?
I am aware that the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission reviewed those documents, and even though those documents are on the docket, the final decision of the Commission was to authorize the project as proposed.
Excuse me, the Commission is requesting ELAC to either refer to the specific documents in the docket.
Okay.
If they're not, at this point, we cannot refer to documents that are not in the docket.
May I present evidence in this proceeding?
We need to review it as to if it's going to be accepted or not.
Okay.
Yes, that's why PREPA will need to see the documents and present their position. So you can present it to the Commission, but we need to make a ruling, so they will not be deemed accepted until the Commission rules on them.
Okay, so the document I'm referring to is a memorandum from FERC dated May 23rd, 2017, that indicates that there's a proposed realignment of the HDD route, and that Mr. Swearingen of FERC indicated that there would be procedural issues related to the 2015 FERC authorization that which may be involved in the currently approved route were to be changed.
Purpose, Council.
Since we don't have any of those documents, we are going to object those line of questions. We will not answer those questions.
Yes, the objection is allowed since the document is not in the record at this point. If ELAC wishes to submit it, the Commission needs to make a ruling if it's going to be accepted or not.
Okay, I would like to note that, for the Commission to note, that apparently Ivelisse Sanchez-Suter was present at these meetings where this realignment is discussed, including the implications of delay and the FERC authorization, the impacts of the FERC onto the FERC authorization from this proposed realignment.
We understand, but the information is coming from a document that the Commission has not been allowed to review since it hasn't been filed in the docket, nor PREPA has not been able either to review it in order to address it. So again, if ELAC wishes to file it, and we will issue a determination if it's going to be accepted in the docket or not.
Okay,
But
very
at this
good.
point,
We
the
will
line
be-
of questions making reference to that specific document is not going to be allowed because it's not in the record.
Okay, that's good. I will be submitting the document with a filing. Now, independent of this document, right? Okay. Sí, sí, sí. No, porque hay otra forma. Hay otra forma. Sí, ella aparece como una de las partes aquí en la reunión.
You may continue.
May I continue? Thank you. Okay, so my question is whether PREPA is aware of a proposed realignment of the HDD route in this project.
Again, that's the same question.
It's not. I'm not referring to a document. Whether PREPA has knowledge, we're talking about delays in the project and permitting.
It's been asked and answered because I believe Ms. Ibeliz Sanchez already said that she wasn't aware.
That she is not aware?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you may repeat the answer for a second, because I know it's very short, and then we need to move on from this subject.
What I answered is that the proponents of the project are Accelerate and PREPA, and neither of those proponents have proposed a new alignment for the pipeline. That's my answer.
So are you aware, who has proposed the realignment of the route?
Again, are we continuing with
The Commission is going to ask for a very brief recess to address this. So we're going to recess for 10 minutes, and we'll be back and address this. We begin again. It's 4:39. The Commission is going to review, not accept yet in the docket, the document. First of all, we really want to remind ELAC that in the future, these documents need to be filed with their testimony or during discovery to avoid delays in the hearing like this. First of all, I'm going to ask you if that document is a public document. And how do you came across with it?
It was sent to me by FERC.
And where exactly in FERC is it publicly available to all parties?
The docket for the case number of the Aguirre offshore gas port before FERC, and I can provide that to the Commission in just a few seconds.
Do you have multiple copies or just one copy?
I have just one copy today.
Okay. The Commission is going to ask for ELAC to show us the document first so we can review.
The docket number for the case is CP 13-193-001.
The Commission is going to make copies of these documents so we can give one to purpose attorney and other parties so we can review it and determine if it's going to be admissible or not in the hearing. While the Commission makes a final determination over these documents, this conversation is going to be off the official record of the proceeding. I'm going to allow PREPA to review this and let me know when you're ready so I can continue asking some questions. Is PREPA ready to proceed? Okay. Ms. Santiago, are you aware that you provided two different memorandums from two different dates?
Yes.
Are both memorandums fine on a public record?
Yes, they're both in the public record, both sent to me by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and both discuss realignment of the proposed route, and they're
Can you very briefly explain objectively, without making argumentations, the content of each memorandum, starting first with the May 23rd?
Sure.
As briefly as you can.
These memorandum happen or are in the file from time to time. FERC notifies the parties to the proceeding when they have meetings so as to provide transparency. So if they have meetings with either of the parties, they notify other parties to the proceeding, and I represent other parties to the proceeding. This memorandum, I guess, has a history behind it, has to do with what are the impacts of the proposed pipeline, and they're heavily documented in the record, in the FERC file, as far back as 2013. There are very extensive documents from the National Marine Fisheries Service, from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, from EPA, and the other agencies that are concerned with the environmental impacts of the construction of the pipeline, the burial of the pipeline, the dredging, and the...
But with regards to the May 23rd memorandum, what is the particular content which should be of importance for the Commission?
Okay, well, I think I've actually underlined and provided underlined copies to everyone on what I think is the particular content. They talk about the impacts of, it says like in the first paragraph of the second page, potential for adverse impacts on federally listed threatened or endangered coral species from HDD operation and or failure of the HDD.
So the May 23rd, the important is that there is information about the environmental impact of the project.
I think it's important to this commission because of the impacts that a proposed realignment would have for permitting and the timeline for permitting, which is what we've spent half the day discussing here, I think. Okay. So I think that that's the primary importance to this commission.
Okay. What about the April 27 document?
Well, it's there's similar content. I mean, I think the parts where they talk about procedural issues to the 2015 FERC authorization and what may be involved if the currently approved route were to be changed, right? So, and that leads me to another document which is in the file. It's already part of the commission file, which is, well, I'll discuss in a minute.
Okay.
And I think what's important is that NOAA is requesting new information, or I don't know if Accelerate actually offered new information to provide to NOAA, to National Marine Fisheries Service. I don't know if that has been provided. That's one of my questions, whether the information that is mentioned here, it has been provided.
Okay. Let's hold on that, on the question. Does anyone at PREPA has knowledge of these, either of these two memorandum?
Sí, Belis Sánchez para el récord. Tengo conocimiento del memorando de, el primero, el de abril 27, porque sí estuve presente en esa reunión. El de el 23 de mayo no tenía conocimiento, lo estoy viendo ahora por primera vez, pero debo poner en contexto las partes que está citando la licenciada Santiago pertenecen a un recuento que se hizo durante esa reunión de cuál había sido ¿verdad? Los pasos.
El de abril.
Ambos. Las partes que ella está mencionando, por ejemplo, potential for adverse impacts on federal listed threatened and endangered coral species from HDD operation. Hay que leerlo en el contexto. Es que se está haciendo, el señor McGeechy de Accelerate estaba haciendo un resumen de lo que ha pasado en el transcurso de los procesos para llegar al punto donde estamos. No es que se estuviera discutiendo eso allí.
Okay. Vamos
Lo que se discutió allí fue unas preguntas específicas que tenía NOAA sobre la posibilidad de un fracking mientras se hacía el HDD.
Si quiere, antes de entrar en el contenido, para determinar si, si el licenciado quiere presentar su posición en cuanto a si aceptar o no aceptar estos documentos.
My problem with this is that are we going to be reviewing again the administrative dockets for all of the permits? Since for me, for PREPA, that's not the scope of this proceeding. The scope of this proceeding is to only evaluate an economic analysis of the viability of this project. Of course, if the permits have an impact in the schedule, we are available to answer to those questions, but not go over the administrative dockets of all these permits. So for us, that's outside of the scope of this proceeding.
Okay.
I have one, but okay, está bien, que tiene muchas copias, así que. Do you want here? You can have. You have two. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna go back into the record of the proceeding is 503. The commission is gonna make a limited admission of the documents and ELAC is gonna be allowed to make a limited line of questions where PREPA, if it needs to object, may object, and the commission will do a determination. And the questions need to be directly related to how any of the information that's presented here has a direct impact on the economic analysis of the proceeding. Anything that is out of that scope will not be admitted into evidence or allowed in questioning. Also, ELAC should be aware of that Ms. Sanchez has said that she was present at the April 27 meeting and not in the May 23rd meeting. Therefore, the information in both memorandums is different, so questions should recognize that difference. So if you want to proceed with questioning, again, that are limited to the scope of the document and that are directly related with the economic impact that your question has on the project.
Okay, Ruth Santiago again. I will try to follow the commission's instructions as best as I can. There is an indication in the documents that PREPA will provide updated information. What is the timeline for that updated information that PREPA is to provide? I'm sorry, accelerate. But you're joint, as you mentioned, you're a joint proponents to the project.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second just for the purpose of clarity. We are going to name the April 27 memorandum as ELAC Exhibit 1 and the May 23rd memorandum as ELAC Exhibit 2. And when you talk about either document, please refer to it as it.
Okay. Yes. I have received an email from Accelerate. I was copied in a email from Accelerate that has certain documents that have been submitted in response to this request for information from NOAA, from National Marine Fisheries, but I haven't looked at the content, so I wouldn't be able to answer anything regarding the content of what has been submitted. That's all I can answer.
Are they voluminous documents? How extensive? What?
I would have to go through my email, open the documents, and look at them. That's all the information I have right now.
Okay. And the updated documents have to do with realignment of the route?
I have no idea about the contents of the document, but I am very, very sure that they have nothing to do with realignment of the route, because what was this, if they answer to what was discussed in the April 27 meeting, what the questions were not regarding a realignment, the questions were regarding how to control the possible impacts of a possible fracking during HDD. for the proposed route.
So I'm going to refer to Exhibit 1, which is the memo of April 27th, 2017. Page 2 of that memo indicates
I know.
realignment of the HDD route.
Yeah. That realignment does not refer to the realignment that I understand you are trying to refer.
Oh, there are two realignments?
No, I'm not saying there are two realignments. This realignment is regarding if anything happens during the HDD, how to realign the HDD, not the pipeline route, but the realignment of the HDD direction at a certain point. That's what it refers to.
Well, I think that the document speaks for itself. It indicates realign the HDD route to avoid problematic soil conditions that may be present along the authorized pipeline route.
Along the authorized pipeline route. It's just a temporary realignment if the soil conditions require it. It's not like they're going to change the alignment.
Yeah. So it's I see. So there are two issues here. Okay. So and then you're saying that Exhibit 2, which is the May 23rd, 2017 realignment reference, is to the whole route. So there are two possibilities.
I haven't said that. I don't know where you got that. I haven't said anything about the May 23rd memo.
No, I'm saying that's what it seems to be saying.
It's the same. It says exactly the same phrase. It says, Mr. Duvestein also described the technologies available to realign the HDD route to avoid problematic soil conditions that may be encountered as the pilot hole is drilled. It's just a minor adjustment due to difficult soil conditions that might be found. That's what it refers to.
Okay.
It's not like we're going to take a whole different route for the pipeline.
Okay. So then what are the procedural issues related to that adjustment in the route?
Procedural? What do you mean? I don't understand the question.
Yeah.
We need to limit the questions as how they refer to how anything that you need to ask has an economic impact in the project.
Okay. The memos reflect that there would be procedural issues related to realignment. And those procedural issues refer to the 2015 FERC authorization.
That's an argument that you're making about the content of the document, and I believe the witness answered her as to her knowledge on the content of what the communication says. So also the Commission discussed during our construction questions the impact of any realignment on changing the route and how it's been handled. So we're going to ask that you move on with other questions so we can try to get as much information as possible.
Okay. What about the pending issue with the acoustic impacts, and what time frame is that envisioned to take? Addressing the pending issues on the acoustic impacts.
I don't have any information on that at this time.
You don't have information on that? Okay. So, okay, so I want to refer to a document that is in the file, and also can I in redirect address specific statements that were made by the witness? I would presume.
If the Commission allows a redirect, we can address it.
Okay. So. Here it is. All right. In the file, we have the letter of recommendation from the U.S. Coast Guard, and it is accompanied by the letter of recommendation analysis otherwise known as the LOR and the LORA.
Can you make reference as to when, or in relation to what that, was that file?
It appeared in the file that was submitted to us by the commission, by honor. It's
the information that we sent to interveners for the analysis? Or the discovery docket?
The discovery docket, right.
Do you have reference to the question as to what they provided the answer for?
No, not on hand. Not really.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, and my question is this LORA, is this analysis of the letter of recommendation from the Army Corps of Engineers, is it based on the laying of the pipeline on the sea bottom?
Objection about that. That's not in this, that's outside the scope of this proceeding as well. She's referring to one document as part of the permit proceeding, so that's not part of the scope of this process.
Ms. Santel, what is the purpose of the question as to how it has an economic effect on the project?
Okay, again, with respect to permitting, not only is this a document that indicates that there may be delay because it's based on a placement, a method of placement of the pipeline that is no longer relevant, because the pipeline placement, as per the FEMSA, requires burial, dredging and burial. So this is an additional delay that will arise with this project because the Coast Guard's opinion is based on on the old method that was discarded, and this method now it requires burial. So this is the document that's in.
I think we discussed at length the status of all permits from PREPA during the morning and afternoon, and they've been answered as to where they stand or where do they believe it stand or how the dates have changed. So the Commission is going to ask for ELAC to move on and try to ask questions that have not been asked during the proceeding, even if the question was in more general terms as to the status of the proceeding and not specific as to how that permit may be changed.
Okay. I think one of the things that was not covered in the status when we went through the status of the permits is the actual FERC permit itself, which indicates that it is a conditional permit, right? It's conditioned on 17 pages of requirements. And my question would be to PREPA, could they go through this and tell us the status of these conditions, how they have moved along on the conditions that were required by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission?
Can you say the end of your sentence louder because I couldn't hear you?
Yes, my question would be to PREPA. What is the status of the conditions that were imposed under the conditional FERC approval of the project?
All 72 of them? Is that the question?
Of the conditions that were imposed.
All 72 of them.
Which ones are delayed?
To this moment? None.
Okay. Actually, I have a table, previous version of the table, that was presented in this case. Okay. So well, for example, the joint permit application, I guess, is the best. Is that not delayed?
Claro. Tengo que hacer una aclaración. Ella comenzó hablando, she started talking about the conditions set forth in the FERC authorization, which is totally different from that table, which includes the status of the permits, which is what we have been discussing all day long here.
Okay, does the FERC authorization require the joint application and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers approval of the project?
We responded to that this morning already.
Ms. Santiago, we really need to move on from permitting questions that have already been responded throughout the hearing with regards to FERC, state permits, everything that we've discussed so far.
Okay, one last question, if I may. It has to do with the status, whether PREPA can inform us of the status of the Circuit Court of Appeals proceeding. Is that process currently stayed? Yes or no?
For which case?
For the appeal of the FERC permit. What is the status of that appeal? Is it stayed?
Yeah, that process is in abeyance, is held in abeyance because both parts, all parts involved, have understood and agreed to that if NOAA comes out with the biological opinion, actually what it is that the case is not mature enough to be seen because we depend on the biological opinion, because what Dialogo is alleging is that certain decisions have been made without the biological opinion, and what the court said is that we're going to wait for the biological opinion to come out.
Has there been any briefing in that case?
Not that I know of.
Have there been any arguments scheduled?
Not that I know of.
Ms. Santiago, we don't see the relevance as to the economic impact of that case at this point in the project. So we're going to ask you to move on with another line of questions if you have any. Yeah. And since we have other interveners that want to ask questions, we're going to ask you to.
Okay, I do have a few more questions. I actually have some questions about the testimony that directly address points brought up during the testimony.
You're able to make them. We just ask you that you stay within the scope and that you take the least time possible so other parties have the opportunity to ask questions too.
Okay. So PREPA, in their testimony, points to a plan to manage the pace and the costs of its proposal and a contingency plan. Can you tell us what the contents of those plans are?
You have the reference to the patient line?
It's line 275 of, hold on. I believe the testimony between 17 and 20 of Mr. Gregory Rivera Chico's testimony. Excuse me?
Which exhibit?
I'm sorry, I don't have an exhibit.
April 28th or the...
Yeah, the April 28th.
Can you repeat the lines, please?
Line 275 and thereabouts.
Okay. No. That's not the right exhibit. That line refers to promote outputs for scenarios. Is it the second,
Possibly, sorry about that.
May 25?
For the parties, this is lines 275 to 277 of Exhibit 3.
Okay, I'll write that down.
As part of the existing contracts, there are dispositions, as Engineer Carlos Rivera had spoken earlier, about cost controls, how the cost will be passed or not passed, which would also would be reducing accelerates profits margin as it goes on. Will be a constant monitoring. There's a project manager on the project, which was discussed earlier.
Constant monitoring, how? Is that, can you specify?
That is detailed in the contract and was already discussed earlier.
I'm sorry, what contract are you referring to?
The accelerate contracts.
Infrastructure. Excuse me? Is there, does it indicate like with what regularity, what will be done to monitor?
We will work with this, the cost control, as we say during this morning, and evaluating from each payment certification all documentation regarding evidence of every cost that was incurred during every month.
I have a question on further along in that testimony on line around 417, that PREPA indicates that there would be more use of AOGP would be warranted. Is that within PREPA's permits? To make more use of AOGP, its current permits, including especially the PSD non-applicability analysis?
Could you start the question again, because I didn't get the first one.
Okay, so I'm referring to line 417, roughly around page 20. This is just my notes that I took on the testimony. And there's a reference that there would be more use of AOGP, or the actual words, more use of AOGP is warranted. Okay, so what does PREPA mean by more use? Because it's the use is limited by permits, especially the PSD non-applicability document that's part of the file.
When we talk about a security-constrained economic dispatch, we must comply with all the security, environmental, and other regulations. Given if we have the space available in the permits, if the dispatch of AOGP allows an increase, that we have not hit the approximately 55% capacity factor, we could move over generation from a more expensive Ecoelectrica spot price to more economical AOGP spot price, as the condition here has been expressed. we would never talk about violating any other permits. We already permit is very clear of what we can do. We cannot assume, of course, also we'll be running AOGP to the maximum of the permit 24 hours a day.
Okay, but there was no reference to keeping it within the permit's limit in your testimony.
Of course not, because it's not necessary.
It was left. Why was it left open that more use of AOGP would be is warranted?
As I had said before, in a security-constrained economic dispatch, after you comply with all the regulations and security constraints, you decide to use the cheapest generation available.
Okay. Within the permit limits. So can I go to questions related to the actual testimony, or should the other interveners?
Let's give the opportunity to the other interveners, and then if we have more time, I'll come back to you. I believe Arta's counsel had some questions. Yes. You may proceed. Please identify yourself. Mr. Agrai, can you pass the... Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, for the record, I'm Antonio Torre Miranda, attorney for Actas. And I have Rick Sierra next to me also to assist from Actas VP. Okay. In terms of permitting, we only have one question. This is towards Iveli Sanchez. You had mentioned that you estimate the maximum maybe December 2017 to obtain all the permits that you mentioned. You also mentioned that there's a challenge of the EIS, state EIS. It's in the Supreme Court of Puerto Rico, and we are aware you can't really say when that's going to come in. But do you still maintain that December 2017 as the maximum date?
That is our best estimate at this time.
Okay. And we have been hearing that there is possibilities of shifting these milestones, these delays, for reasons out of your control. Has PREPA done a study until what point of delaying permits they would consider looking at other alternatives to bring natural gas to Aguirre?
There are no studies
okay.
regarding this, but this is like our third try at bringing natural gas to the island. So I am pretty sure that we're running out of alternatives.
Okay, what were the other two tries?
Gasoducto del Sur and Villa Verde.
Okay, and if you're aware of, do you know the reason why the Gasoducto del Sur was canceled?
You want to know my opinion? Because that's all I can give at this point.
That's fine. You're a permitting expert, so it's fine.
For
an environmental person as well.
So I would say that the reason for it was merely for political reasons.
Okay. Do you think those reasons still exist today if PREPA were to pursue that
I don't
project?
think that at this time PREPA has the option to exercise that reason for canceling a project.
Head west, then turn right.
That wasn't my question. Okay, now we have questions related to MATS. I'm not sure who to address the question to.
I'll try my best.
Okay. If there were no exposure to MAT fines, would PREPA still recommend the AOGP project?
I think that was already answered, and Gregory's going to...
Yeah, the answer is yes, and already addressed that earlier.
Okay. Now, it's going to be somewhat of a presentation before the question. We know that the 2016 election came, and there's been a shift in the administration. There has been a significant shift in the EPA administration as well. actors had submitted with its supplemental testimony an opinion expert of Mr. Rob Wyatt, which he referenced the case that's going on, which has shown that EPA is being more considerate in terms of the fines of the penalties. We believe that the DOE with the new administration is being much more strict in terms of giving out loans for these type of projects. Has PREPA taken all these new considerations of the new administration or the shift that has been happening in EPA and the DOE into consideration of these MATs?
Well, PREPA is aware of all this, of everything that is going around EPA's new policies, if we can call them that way. But for the time being, we have to work, it's just a matter of risk management. We have to work with what we have. And what we have now is the regulation that is still on place. And we have to work with that because we cannot assume anything else. That's the regulation that is active at this time. So we have to work with what we have.
Okay. Has PREPA had any meetings with the new EPA administration to discuss this recently?
As I mentioned before, PREPA is in continuous communication with EPA. And that's all I can say because all the proceedings and everything discussed within those communications is bound by a confidentiality agreement.
Okay. When was the last meeting PREPA had with the EPA?
Probably a couple of weeks ago.
And this question is to Mr. Gregory Rivera. It's based on the testimony. We're going to make reference to Table 7.5 of MATS of PREPA's IRP Volume 1, dated August 17, 2005. Basically, all it states is the units that you're considering the MATS to apply on.
Which you're talking about? IRP or?
IRP.
I have to bring it up.
Would you mind repeating the reference?
Yeah. Table 7-5 of PREPA's IRP Volume 1, dated August 17, 2015. It's titled MATS Affected Units and Compliance Strategies.
Tabla 7, raya 5.
It's page
have it.
7-12?
Yes, I have it now.
Okay. All right, that basically shows the units that are affected by MATS. And we just want to clarify, if you can, Mr. Rivera, on your testimony, your rebuttal testimony dated May 25th, 2017, on line 59 through 68. In summary, it basically says that the project needs to be done because of MATS, but here it includes Aguirre combined cycle units 1 and 2, and that's not included in this table. So we just want to know.
Yes. The Aguirre combined cycle is not subject to MATS.
Okay. So just want to clarify that testimony did say it was.
Yeah, I am mentioning them because they are part of the permit. So, but they're not subject to MATS compliance.
Okay. Thank you. This question, it's a really short question. This is to Mr. Carlos Rivera. Okay, is there an NTP? Because we've heard about LNTP and final NTP. We just want to know if there is an NTP and what entails that NTP. What does that trigger if there is any?
Yeah, I'm gonna take
Okay.
the word here because that was something that I am conscious that it is a term that is included in one of the Gantt charts that was provided, but that NTP was like an internal flag for us. It's not something that is defined in the contract or in any of the permitting processes. It was just something that we created for PREPA as a flag for PREPA, but it's something internal and has no meaning either contractually nor in the permitting process.
It doesn't trigger any task or financial responsibility?
No.
Okay. The remaining questions we have are financing, and this is to Mr. Fernando Padilla. Since PREPA completed the IRP, the landscape for access of capital for PREPA has created financial uncertainty, which you had mentioned here, that you had mentioned about PROMESA, the RSA. Taking into consideration these uncertainties, has PREPA considered any lower cost option than Aguirre in case it finds that it can't finance the project? Basically, the question is, we had mentioned here, the commission said, hypothetically, what happens if you're not able to get finance? And you answered, we'll do something else, like we'll finance it, and they spoke about ratepayers. Is there any other... Sorry, that was us. Is there any... Has PREPA ever studied at what point, in terms of financing, would it consider other alternatives when they see,
I think, yes, I think I understand the underlying question. I think first we just need to seek. We do have a certified fiscal plan. We do have what it entails, what the needs are, and with that, along with the RRP, our fiscal plan, what's very important and critical there, and this entails for Aguirre's project, is that we understand the size and the need of liquidity we need for infrastructure and the liquidity we need for the new strategic projects, including Aguirre. If you look into our fiscal plan and you see the outline for the projects we need and the investment we need for generation T&D, we specifically outlined the need for a little bit over $500 million for Aguirre. That being said, that's why we treat Aguirre separately, and it's mostly in terms of the financing and the liquidity needs we are seeking. I think overall, once we have a certified fiscal plan and we have a certification and an authorization from the Fiscal Control Board as to what legal framework we're going to use to restructure our financial debt and reshape and transform our balance sheet, we'll be in a better position to seek which are the alternatives. But as mentioned earlier, I think the alternatives are basically the line on what I spoke earlier, and seeking other options from there, I just see it highly unlikely. I've been in the process since 2013, since the beginning of the insolvency, and it just seems that the financing alternatives specifically for this project are entailed either in assistance of a business/strategic model to obtain financing, and also are through assistance of our key stakeholders like bondholders, other creditors, or even potential DIP financing opportunities. And then also there is the opportunity to do it through a revenue enhancement or self-funding through the rate.
Okay, with this also the financing, because the financing and the permitting are two key elements right here, right now. Is this also the situation as permitting that you may believe in terms of financing, you have no other option but to have to do the AOGP project no matter what because of what has been invested so far?
That's a good question. I think the financing, it's a top of an alternative. But how we approached it through the fiscal plan it was just a key component to the business operation. I think it was just a key piece of infrastructure to transform the utility. And it was, we have had 2 failed projects of pipelines in order to, and we have demonstrated, and all the empirics show that producing with natural gas is much cheaper than fuel oil. And if we want to shift away from fuel oil, we need to, this is the alternative we're pursuing. And being Aguirre is such a strategic project, I think we would be able to pursue within the finance topic, we would be able to strategically look into a way on financing the project.
Okay. Does your fiscal plan, does it allow for alternatives besides AOGP? Or is it just AOGP?
In terms of transformation of the infrastructure, or
yeah, in terms of diversing fuels.
Yeah, I think I would have set the foundation on the fuel mix, and when we are shifting and what we pursue is to how our commodity portfolio would look for producing energy. We see a strong shift from fuel oil number 6 into natural gas. A clear bridge or a clear path getting there is certainly Aguirre.
Okay. Can you give me a second, please? Okay, yeah, we're just trying not to repeat questions already. Okay, my question is, would it not be prudent to spend a small amount of time and money now, perhaps together with private sector entities, being the 4PP or entities like that are willing to participate to develop alternatives of natural gas? And in this case, as you are aware, that where our alternatives is to do the pipeline, the gasoducto del sur pipeline, and maybe do the FSR unit in Ecoeléctrica. Do you think it's prudent to spend some money on that? Or, as we have heard here, we're just not looking at any other option?
I think apologies. To specifically address your question, we do continue to seek Aguirre as the alternative. I understand of your project and what you have been what your company has been proposing as a solution. I do think there is a space to evaluate alternatives, and while PREPA has a partially approved IRP, has a partially certified fiscal plan, there's a long term into seeking the value and the sustainability of the utility. In terms of this project or replacing a solution for Aguirre, I just think our business case is very, very solid, and it's very ahead within our overall business strategy and business plan. But that being said, proposing new alternatives or new infrastructure or new solutions to value or increase value to our operation will always be welcome through various channels.
Besides the commission approval and obtaining required permits, what other approvals or authorizations are needed to make the final investment decision
From the financing standpoint,
from the financing?
permitting, construction, and certainly an approval for our financial situation through an RSA or a promesa decision to restructure our debt. Without a fully path forward towards a debt restructuring and without a decision as to how PREPA will restructure its financial debt and how it will create all the legal framework in order to transform its balance sheet, it will be very, very challenging to pursue finance options. Not impossible, but the alternatives continue to be very limited. And we just want to manage, and we just want to create the strategy and the foundations to provide a financing framework that works for everyone, and certainly at the lowest cost of financing possible, the adequate liquidity in order for the project to be implemented, constructed, and implemented.
Does PREPA believe it would have a complete and correct assessment of alternatives to obtaining financing?
Yes.
I'm missing this question of the permit. Okay. What would cause the final investment decision to be no? That you said you could try different alternatives of obtaining the FID, but what could happen that it would be just a no? Let's say the RSA isn't approved.
Well, even if there isn't not an RSA approval, and it's a hypothetical situation, we do have now a legal framework through the Fiscal Control Board, and as a covered entity of under Promesa, we do have alternatives through that legal framework. And as mentioned earlier, TIP financing would certainly be one. Also, we do think there are mechanisms to negotiate with our bondholders for additional liquidity. We do think also that we do have opportunities within our business plan and our business vision to produce within revenues, produce adequate liquidity to either pack a financing solution or financing as or self-financing the project.
Okay, and I know this is hypothetical. It has been brought here before. Let's say you don't get financing. How would you bring gas to Aguirre in that case?
Too hypothetical of a question. We wouldn't. We are not even in the worst case. Even in the worst case, we're not considering it. Even in the worst case, we do think the worst case scenario would be very high cost of capitals, or just that would make it unsustainable. And I think that's a point where we would have to rethink certain parts of the refinancing, but not necessarily not the project.
What does, and this could be to Carlos Rivera, maybe, what does PREPA anticipate it will spend at AOGP between now and obtaining the financing? How much do you estimate that you would spend from now to obtaining the financing? How much? How much? We know there's a cap by the commission. Is that cap enough? Are you going to spend more than that cap, or?
For time management purposes, while the witness looks for the information, is ICE going to ask any questions?
Yes, very short. Just want to clarify for myself.
Okay.
Some things I've heard I want to.
Okay. And is Winmar going to ask any question? No. And AOGP? No. Okay, thank you.
The amounts that I expect to spend through when the financing approval of the project is 10.7 million approximately.
Esa es la cantidad que necesita gastar desde ahora hasta obtener el financiamiento total del proyecto.
Que se espera gastar hasta que se apruebe el financiamiento del proyecto.
Okay, gracias. We have no more questions.
Mr. Aguirre, if you may proceed.
Good afternoon. I just want to confirm, Mr. Rivera, you stated that no reevaluation of the numbers submitted by PREPA to the board, to this board, were made after PREPA informed the PROMESA board that there would be a 23% reduction in load in the next 10 years instead of a steady load, which was what was informed by PREPA during the rate proceedings. You mentioned that no study has been made, no new evaluation of the numbers have been made after the 23% reduction in load was announced by PREPA.
What are we comparing? Which two cases?
Well,
we're comparing?
You submitted to the commission the numbers that sustain from your perspective a case for the Aguirre report.
You mean
that was done under the numbers under the load numbers that predicted a steady load. After that steady load was announced by PREPA to this commission under oath, then you stated to the PROMESA fiscal board that in truth it would be a 23% reduction in load in the next 10 years.
Okay.
And my question is, I understand that you stated that you have not made a reevaluation of the numbers taking into account that difference. Just want a yes or no.
Sure. These are two different models, two different cases. The Aguirre offshore analysis, as it's in the document, we began as soon as the commission ordered it, and we worked out the economic projection models with the external economist, and we started working there with the projection, as was requested by the commission in end of February. We proceeded to do our full analysis. Later, the PROMESA boards and the PROMESA board advisors provided PREPA with a brand new set of macroeconomic variables that they requested us to work from. So there are two different scenarios.
I know. The question is whether you have reevaluated the numbers and the conclusions you made under the first scenario under the second scenario.
No, we have not compared them or worked them out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And neither have you, and I'm just trying to have it clear, made a rate impact analysis of the Aguirre project.
We have not done a rate analysis beyond what you have seen, the present value calculations and the savings per year.
Okay. Third, and this will mostly go to you, Mr. Padilla. If the RSA is approved and the RSA bonds, let's call them the new ones, are sold, issued, then the servicing of that debt will be through the transition charge per kilowatt hour. Have you made a study on how that per kilowatt hour has increased with the reduction in the load of PREPA announced by PREPA of 23% within the next 10 years, on top of the 16% on the last 10 years, how that number would go up. Have that analysis been made?
Can you repeat the question? I just want to be sure. I'm answering to your statement.
Very simple. The transition charge is based on a servicing of the debt, of this new debt, divided by the kilowatts hour sold. So you get a kilowatt hour rate of transition charge. When the transition charge was approved, the process was approved here, you said, PREPA said, and I want to make an issue that PREPA said, because I personally don't like this issue of, well, that's not my department, the guy retired.
No.
The one who's here is PREPA.
Yes.
Okay? The number that was analyzed was based on PREPA's prediction of a steady load. Whatever number came out, it was 2.9 or something like that at that time. Now that number is going down 23% in 10 years, so automatically you'll have to increase the rate per kilowatt hour in order to cover the same amount of debt service.
Correct.
Has that analysis been made?
Yes, it's because it's based on the formula. It's based on the formula rate making. But I'll get to. I hopefully will answer your question. If not, we can follow up. Based on the scenarios contemplated under the fiscal plan, using the macro and the changes used in the macroeconomic data that were used for the central government's fiscal plan, what was determined was that the kilowatt, the initial transition charge was going to be, and what was approved at the commission was 3.1, if I'm not mistaken, or close to 3.9. During the life of the bonds, those kilowatt hours would increase up to 6.7 cents approximately. If I'm getting those numbers right. Okay, we will look into the exact numbers, and the commission can take note, and we will formally answer the question with the precise numbers. But the numbers did increase. The transition charge for the debt service did increase.
And it will continue to increase if the kilowatt hour sold continues to go down.
Assuming steady expenses.
Okay. Now, as of today, am I right in expressing that PREPA has not decided on the particular financing mechanism it's going to use for the Aguirre project?
That is correct.
That's correct. But whatever mechanism you approve or select, if approved by the Commission, at the end, it will be paid by the ratepayers. If it's a DOE loan, it has to be paid back. If it's a private investment, they have to be paid back, whatever. So in addition to the increase in the transition cost that you have admitted here, you'll have to add the cost of servicing the debt of Aguirre. Am I correct? That will be on top of the transition charge that you have admitted is going to go up.
Well, I would put the transition charge approved by the commission has been based on what's going to be the amount that will be issued on the restructuring bonds. And the restructuring bonds are solely for the purpose of restructuring outstanding bonds, which Aguirre is not part of.
Okay, so when you have to pay or service the debt that Aguirre will produce, either as direct payment from rates, either by financing federal government, financing private sector, whatever mechanism it's selected, that servicing rate per kilowatt hour will go on top of the transition charge. Yes or no?
If you're talking about financing, as you have stated, okay, it is a possibility. Because if it's on a self-revenue,
it will have to come out from the revenue requirement.
Exactly.
Which will increase the revenue requirement.
Not necessarily, because if we create an expense structure to capture that, it will not.
Well, somebody has to pay for the 500 million.
No, correct. I think.
And if that payment has to come from the ratepayer as an additional payment to the rate approved by this commission, and in addition to the transition costs. My question is, has PREPA made an elasticity demand study on the impact on the elasticity demand of the electricity cost, and made projections on what would happen to load when you add all three of these components?
Yes, because PREPA already in the model is contemplated the financing of, or the expenses or the disbursements of Aguirre. So when you see the financial models within the fiscal plan, Aguirre and the costs for Aguirre are contemplated.
Can you submit a copy of that? Because if you haven't decided what the financial mechanism is, you don't know what the cost of that financial mechanism is. And if you don't know the cost of that financial mechanism, you don't know how much you have to charge per kilowatt.
No, I think there are two different answers here, or two different scenarios. I think there are two different scenarios. One, under the fiscal, and specifically answering, is there an elasticity analysis, or an analysis made on impacting on financing? That is already embedded and contemplated within the fiscal plan based on certain assumptions. And that's in the fiscal plan that we have published. That's public. And you can see it through the set of assumptions that are required for funding, not only for Aguirre, but also for the funding necessary we need for T&D and generation, which are contemplated to be the CapEx portfolio of the company.
I know. But in fact,
Mr. Aguirre, excuse me, we need to understand how this line of questioning associates with the economic benefit or not of the project.
If the real cost to the ratepayer is not part of the benefits and cost of the particular project, then I don't know what it is, Your Honor.
I would like to add that I'm kind of worried that the scenario being looked at is AOGP or not. There is really a no do nothing scenario. No AOGP means I have to put in new diesel or light distillate units. That is the alternative. I cannot simply say I won't do AOGP and that's it. That's not a solution. With the solution,
I'm asking the questions, and that's the question I'm asking. It has to be with AOGP. You had your opportunity to present PREPA's position on the other alternatives. I just want to know whether the full cost to the ratepayer has been taken into account, which I think it hasn't, because basic decisions you have admitted haven't been taken, and basic.
Let's just ask the question and no make arguments about the premise.
The question is, no, I mean, the question has already been answered. I just wanted to be clear that no elasticity of demand study has been made. It hadn't been made 3 months ago.
That's correct.
And no specific study has been made on the increase to the ratepayer of each one of the alternatives. That's all.
That's it.
Thank you.
Do you have any additional questions? Okay. I know ELAC had some additional questions. It's 6:05. So if you have any questions related directly to testimony, I'm going to allow 5 more minutes so then PREPA can take a turn if they need to ask questions to their witness. So it's 6:06. We're going to go until
Thank you very much.
6:11.
Okay, sort of related to what we were just discussing. My question is, financing options that were mentioned, such as self-funding, would that, for example, be consistent with the 21-cent target rate established by the Fiscal Control Board or the Oversight Board or whatever you want to call it, the PROMESA Board?
I'm sorry, can you restate the question or specific?
Okay. One of the financing methods mentioned in your testimony was self-funding, right? So is that self-funding, is it consistent with the 21-cent target rate per kilowatt hour established by the fiscal board?
No.
Okay, that was my question.
Does PREPA wants to add any questions to their witnesses?
I have.
Oh, you have more questions?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, I
just-
thought you said
just
no.
one. Okay, so I wanted to ask whether there's anything in the file. There's a reference to that supposedly the National Marine Fisheries Service is waiting for the Puerto Rico Energy Commission decision. Is there any evidence whatsoever in the file?
There's no evidence, that's just my opinion. Based on the experience that I have of more than 12 years of working with permits.
The National Marine Fisheries Service, I think, has been very clear about what its jurisdiction is. And in fact, is it not true that the actual studies by PREPA have said that there's a higher habitat quality than prior service?
If you're making reference to a document, we need to know which one is it.
Okay. I'm referring to the Aguirre Offshore Gas Port ESA, Endangered Species Act, Coral Mapping and Demography.
Is that part of the record?
No, it's not. But, okay, so my question without the document.
Please.
Isn't it the case that Aguirre's... I can ask someone else a question.
If you may, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So there was various references in the testimony to what could create a delay in the implementation stage. And there were references to site problems, right? Problems at the site when the HDD is being put in, or when the piles for, the 13 structures for the terminal, in the Caribbean Sea, no less. So what delays do you anticipate? What were you referring to specifically?
We don't think on any. However, in construction, there's always the possibility to find different site conditions. So those are things that can happen, but we don't know right now, nor the studies have concluded that we will have the potential to find different site conditions. So in a way that can delay the project substantially.
So can you talk about what those site conditions that you anticipate?
I don't know. I already told you.
Okay, thank you. And so my last question. So is it the case that accelerates or AOGPs or PREPA zone studies have indicated that the delays in the case have been related to their own findings of the natural environment?
I don't understand that question.
There was an indication that the delays in the case in this has to do with challenges, right? But is there evidence that the delays have been due to the conditions in place of where the pipeline is proposed?
I said that there are some challenges to the process, but we also said that the agencies have requested additional information. So other than that, there's not anything else I have to answer.
Okay, thank you.
For Mr. Gregory Rivera, why doing nothing is not an alternative for PREPA?
As I mentioned in the morning, when we're going forward, we have clear federal statutes. Among them is MATS that has to be complied with. We have to comply with MATS at Aguirre. We need a solution at Aguirre. We cannot simply say we will not do it. Second, we have a mandate from Act 57, among others, to get off of oil, especially number 6 oil or diesel. We have to take care of these two issues. When we put out, as the Commission put out in the Aguirre offshore, the Aguirre economic analysis, and previously in the supplemental IRP, and before that in the IRP, we have to develop alternatives. Doing nothing is not alternative. And I have to compare what is my least costly alternative among the ones I have. All else being equal, the most economic alternative is the one I would go for, or would prize me most savings. The alternative to AOGP is move the units over to diesel, because I have to continue supplying power to our customers. You cannot just say, I'll turn it off and hope for the best. That's not an alternative. I have to use a real alternative. So all else being equal, I would go with the alternative with the lowest present value. And that's basically what is the Aguirre offshore economic study.
Is the Aguirre offshore port the best alternative for PREP at the moment?
Yes.
I have no further question.
Having no further questions from any of the party, we conclude the first day of the technical hearing is 6 p.m. and 13. We continue tomorrow at 9 a.m. And the subject for tomorrow hearings is the analysis. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.